Chapter 1630. Even so, I still have to praise you for being a completely unreliable pioneer. You actually dare to carry something that everyone in the cloud continent avoids, like snakes and scorpions on your body. You really have guts. You're afraid that one day the rules will completely collapse and no one will accompany you, right? Caw, how can I? I don't have such thoughts at all. No, no, of course you do. Otherwise, why would you buy a tiny toy that you feel is unnecessary even if it exists in your mind as a memory, right? You just happen to step on a supernova in a landmine. Open your head and take a look. What strange things are inside. Your head is full of decay, novelty, fun, and pleasure. As a person at the peak of the origin realm, how can you become a proper forerunner if your head is filled with these things that are even more meaningless than the corpses of rotting insects? You are really lazy. In the clearing in the woods, when Ruo, Ling Hao, and Zheng Hanhai looked at each other in confusion, they stood aside and looked at the scene in front of them in confusion. A translucent young man was lying on the ground, listening to the nagging of a 3-inch tall doll that was floating in the air. His green face was twisted, as if he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. I still haven't seen elder you like this before. The young man could not help but whisper to Wenruo and the others. In the past, even if I saw someone familiar, I would only see elder you in a dignified state. Today, I haven't seen him like this before. Everything has its vanquisher. When Ruo and Ling Hao sighed, they suddenly felt a little sympathy for the young man. No, if it were not for his strange idea, they would not have to run all over the academy. But when they saw the Empyrean god of origin kneeling on the ground and being lectured like a child, their resentment miraculously disappeared. Zheng Hanhai took off the necklace made of candlesticks from his neck and handed it to Wenruo. Senior sister, why don't you, When Ruo turned her head and saw the thing with the power to destroy heaven and earth just a foot away from her, she was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. The feeling of life and death flashing crazily made her retreat more than 10 meters away. Her jade-like hand trembled as she pointed at the young man. If you have something to say it properly. Keep that thing away from me. Ling Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. As expected, senior sister Tantai's appearance was more normal. She was used by the senior as a messenger just now, and her aloof aura overflowed from her body. It was a little out of place. The young man's face was also full of bitterness. If he really knew that this thing was so dangerous, why would he bring it out of the boxing pavilion? This thing was not as simple as a hot potato. This thing was a static bomb here, but it was also a moving source of disaster when it was moved. Although the senior sister's appearance was a little funny, his feet could not help but tremble, so he had no right to criticize others. Ugh. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, when Ruo let out a dry cough and quickly ran to the little doll, she held it in her hands and said with a pleading expression, "Senior Feng, quickly get rid of that thing. Oh, I almost forgot." Yun Nuoxing suddenly remembered something. She turned around and floated towards the young man. She waved her hand and took the black necklace. Then she placed it in Wenruo's hand. "Okay, take it first." Wenruo, Senior Feng, this. Seeing that the little girl was about to faint, Yun Nuoxing reached out and patted her head, saying softly, "Don't worry. An ancient artifact that hasn't been activated won't be in danger. For now, it should still be in a stable state of deep sleep." When Ruo was about to cry, when she heard this was not a matter of whether it was in hibernation or not. This was an ancient relic that had caused disasters on the cloud continent for tens of millions of years. Even if hundreds of heavenly gods of origin were in front of her and told her that this thing was absolutely safe, she still wanted to keep a respectful distance from it. She did not even want to touch it. However, when she saw Senior Feng's calm expression with a faint smile. Yes, she felt a little relieved, just a little bit. Hearing this, the young man also let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that they would accidentally touch something during this month and cause this ancient relic to go berserk. Is this really an ancient relic? It doesn't look like anything special. Elder Yu and I studied it for a month and did not find anything strange. It's normal. Yun Nuoxing wanted to explain, but she suddenly felt that it was a little troublesome. She rolled her eyes and waved her hand to take out an ordinary white jade, three-legged incense burner. She placed it in the young man's hand and said, "Look at this." Zhang Hanhai scratched his head in confusion. When he met Yun Nuoxing's serious gaze, he could only look down curiously. Yes, it was an exquisite incense burner that was swinging between an incense burner and a hand burner. Then he said, "It looks like an ordinary incense burner. It's an ancient relic." The young man, his hand trembled, and he almost dropped the incense burner in his hand. He hurriedly caught it, seeing Yun Nuoxing's completely serious expression. The young man trembled and smiled bitterly. My heart isn't very good." "Oh, right. The ancient relic in your hand is the activated kind. It can release energy." This young man can't stand the stimulation. Ling Hao, carry him to the side to rest. Taking back the incense burner from the frightened young man, Yun Nuoxing looked at Wenwan again. The little girl couldn't stand the stimulation anymore. She was sweating all over. If she wasn't in the rebirth state, she would have been lying down by now. Elder Yu trembled in self-doubt and self-collapse for a long time. He finally regained his senses. He slowly stood up and looked at Yun Nuoxing. "Hey, you, are you collecting ancient relics? Can you handle ancient relics?" "That's right, although it's not a good thing." Yun Nuoxing exhaled and floated to Wenwan's hand. "I haven't recovered yet. I can't judge the situation of this thing, and I don't have much strength to deal with it. If I touch it rashly, there's a 50% chance that it will end peacefully." Ling Hao felt that something was wrong. "What about the other 50%? It will explode on the spot, just like what you saw in the illusory space a few days ago." Wenwan and Ling Hao were speechless. That scene was too exciting. When they recalled it, they felt that they had walked on the edge of life and death. Yun Nuoxing let Wenwan hold the origin relic and walked around it for a long time. After confirming that it was resonating with the origin energy that he had mastered, he felt slightly relieved. However, he still couldn't judge what would happen if he touched it. If something really happened, he would have to deal with it in his current state. Just thinking about it made his stomach ache. Because it was the origin energy that he was familiar with, the damage he would receive would be greatly reduced. However, in his current state, if he experienced one more turbulence, he might enter a completely sealed state. Anyway, let's deduce and judge first, although the effect won't be obvious. Yun Nuoxing murmured to himself. With a wave of his hand, he left behind a small formation around the origin relic. He could not help but bitterly smile inside. His current condition was a little bad. He had to deduce even such a small matter carefully. He could not afford to be reckless. While he was analyzing and deducing, Yun Nuoxing floated over to the young man and Elder Yu, who were talking on the side. When the two saw him come over, they stopped talking. The young man clasped his hands at him. "Senior," Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. "No matter what, I took it from you. Do you have any small wishes?" This is just a small matter. Or rather, Senior recognized the original form of the candlestick and helped me deal with it. I should be the one thanking you." The young man bitterly smiled. If he really had a ticking time bomb hanging on him, something would happen one day. "Haha, are you dumb? Elder Yu anxiously knocked the young man's head when he heard that this is a peak reciprocity expert. No, a peak reciprocity expert, asking you to raise conditions. You're actually going to refuse him. TCH, but in the end, it's still Elder Yu's fault. It's an ancient relic. If I knew it was an ancient relic, I wouldn't have dared to touch it even if I had 1,000,000 guts. The young man stared at Elder Yu and gritted his teeth. Gah, kid, can you stop talking about this? My face is green. How would I know that an ancient relic would appear in such a small place? Moreover, why would an ancient relic be placed in such a remote place? Isn't this very delightful? No, suspicious? Ha ha, ha, ha. All right, I won't laugh anymore. If you too want to push the blame, then take your time. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. He looked at the young man and muttered to himself, since you don't have anything to say, or are embarrassed to say, I'll just do it. Just as the young man was about to say something, he saw the 3-inch doll float in front of him. A pair of black eyes stared at him, making him feel as if he had been seen through from the depths of his soul to his outer appearance. It made him shudder. There are many differences between you and me. There are differences in the rules, so I can't help you much. There's not much time left, so I can't leave behind anything. I can only leave behind a rune. Yun Nuoshing placed his hand on Zheng Hanhai's forehead. Dark red energy surged rapidly and drew an extremely beautiful rune on Zheng Hanhai's forehead. It's a guide, an enlightenment, or an origin. That's it. You can find out what it's used for. Yun Nuoshing put down his hand and let out a long sigh of relief. Engraving a divine rune didn't have much of an effect. It only used up a little bit of energy. Just as he was about to turn his head, he suddenly saw Elder Yu lifting his bangs and looking at him expectantly. Elder Yu's finger kept poking his forehead, and his eyes were blinking crazily. Yun Nuoshing was speechless for a moment. Even if I give you this, it's useless. You might as well continue with your own business. You made a mistake when you turned yourself into an energy life form, right? Elder Yu smiled bitterly. How do you know everything? That's true. Is there a problem? The problem is as big as the ocean. Yun Nuoshing sighed and said, it's very difficult to form a rune from scratch. How about you first turn yourself into a half-energy, half-matter life form? Then turn yourself into a half-energy, half-law life form. As for the rest, I don't have to tell you. You should understand. No, I don't understand at all. Elder Yu put his hands on his hips and said confidently. Yun Nuoshing said, there are so many rotten insect corpses in your head. It's better to clean them all up. Forget it. The last step is to turn yourself into a half-energy, half-law life form. Use the structure of the rules as the template and energy as the substance to shape yourself. Of course, I'm only talking about the rough steps. I don't think I need to say much about the adjustments to your soul. After all, you've already done it. Elder Yu rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Suddenly, he shouted in realization, whoa, so that's how it works. Ha ha ha. Give me 100 years, and I'll definitely do it. Ha ha ha. Then I'll be the first person in the cloud continent to successfully transform into a life form. Huh. Wait a minute. You know so much. Don't tell me you're already... Elder Yu glared at Yun Nuoshing. The latter looked at him, meaningfully, and showed a smile that wasn't a smile. Guess. No, don't guess. Go do your own thing, Forerunner. Don't be so proud just because you have an idea that hasn't been realized yet. If you laugh too early, you'll fall miserably. That's true. I have to think about it. The young man looked at Elder Yu, who squatted to the side, and pondered. He couldn't help but sigh. He was really easy to fool. His brain was occupied by another problem, and he didn't have time to think about Yun Nuoxing's words. However, looking at the latter's reaction, the young man felt that there was no need to think about it. She had already explained everything so clearly. If he still couldn't figure it out, then he should just give up on his brain. The small magic circle on the candlestick let out a soft sound of energy. Yun Nuoxing floated over and waved her hand to keep it in her mind. After thinking for a while, she said, "Analysis complete. Same origin confirmed. The probability of an accident is surprisingly low." Yun Nuoxing reached out her hand, and the origin energy gushed out from her hand. She moved Wen Nuoxing, Ling Hao, and the others to the side. The origin energy turned into a rope and wrapped itself around the necklace made of the candlestick. Bang. The familiar origin energy burst out from the inside of the candlestick as if it had broken through some kind of shackle. The sudden sound of the energy explosion scared Wen Nuoxing and the others out of their wits. They were sweating all over. They had sweated for a year today. Their clothes were soaked. If they didn't know that it was useless to run when the ancient artifact exploded, they would probably have run away by now. The black necklace shattered, and the original appearance of the candlestick appeared in front of them. Yun Nuoxing reached out and touched the huge candlestick. The origin energy burst out from the candlestick, turned into a raging wave, and crashed into his body. It came into contact with the origin energy and fused into one. His shoulders, above his shoulder blades, there was the sound of energy gathering. The golden red energy crystal began to spread from there and extended towards his head. Finally, it condensed into an open ring behind his head. The golden red origin energy crystal was engraved with beautiful divine runes. At the center of the ring, the energy continued to gather and gradually condensed into a golden red energy crystal ball. It hung behind his head like a star. "Well, there's an extra light bulb." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. The crystal this time was very strange. Wouldn't he get beaten up if he walked on the street dressed like this? Bang! The sound of the crystal shattering drilled into his ears. It made Yun Nuoxing's heart skip a beat. He thought that there was an accident at the end. When he was about to check, he found that the crystallized gauntlets on his hands had shattered. The dissipated origin energy turned into pure energy and drilled into his body. A wave of energy as vast as the sea of stars quickly filled his body. All the excess energy poured into the origin mark. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile. "Oh, I'm finally free." The change of the crystal, the change of the origin energy, should be related to some kind of law in the crystal itself. Perhaps it was a relationship between superior and inferior, or perhaps it was something else. However, he couldn't study it now, so he didn't delve into it. The important thing was that he could finally return to his original appearance. He didn't have to maintain this 3-inch doll appearance, and he didn't have to transform into a cute little lowly. The reconstruction of his body was completed in an instant. With a flash of light, when Xian and the others saw the doll instantly turn into a ball of light. In less than 5 seconds, the ball of light stretched into the size of a normal person. When the light dissipated, Yun Nuoxing, who had returned to his original appearance, slowly appeared from it. "Heya, I've finally recovered. This thing is so annoying." Yun Nuoxing stretched his body and chuckled. He was happy for a few seconds. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. The voice was accompanied by the crisp sound of the tip of a pen scribbling on paper. It made him sweat. "I don't know how many days have passed in the Cloud Continent. Using the crystallized right glove and crystallized left glove as raw materials, I created the crystallized sun divinity. Divine right, attack, and prestige are all improved." Yun Nuoxing. "No, I remember that I sealed my soul world. See you closed the book with a bang. His youthful and beautiful face was full of resentment. Of course, it was opened by me. It was already very boring. You even blocked out the outside world. Isn't that even more boring? Yun Nuashing. How long have you been watching? I've been watching you since you sneaked out. See, you revealed a sinister smile. Someone didn't cherish his life when he was seriously injured and ran outside. What do you think will happen if Sister Ming finds out? Of course, I'm not a demon. Little star, if you let me out, I'll help you protect. Forget it. Please report me. Uffed. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He had already recovered to this state. No matter how he tried to hide it, he could not hide it. He just lacked energy and did not have the energy to reshape his body. It did not mean that his insides had really shrunk. Could it be that this girl thought that he had shrunk his brain and soul? Forget it. I'm not going to argue with you. After exchanging a few words with Siyu, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He felt that he had lost some of his rationality and quickly stopped the conversation. He waved his hand and took out all 6 of the origin relics that he had collected so far. He formed a circle in front of him and waved his hand to make it spin. The origin energy gushed out one by one. Now, let's finish the business first. He didn't forget the business. Originally, he sensed something very vague when the 5 origin relics resonated. He couldn't wait to see it clearly. He put down the matter in his heart and took the risk to search for the 6th origin relic. Now that everything was ready, he just had to take a look. The faint and weak smile on Yun Nuashing's face stiffened slightly. His expression quickly turned serious. When his mood changed, even the atmosphere in the forest became heavy. When Nuashing and the other 3 saw his gradually serious expression and were very curious, they were especially curious about the 6 things that were spinning around him, 6 origin relics. They almost fainted when they recognized them. The resonance of the relic of origins was mixed with the surging of the laws of origin, and the fluctuation of energy caused a faint movement in the void. The resonance of the 6 origin energies constantly reverberated in this place, and some energy anomalies also appeared in the reality realm. The world rumbled, and a shadow of energy gradually stood up from the forest. With this forest as the center, the atmosphere slowly spread outwards, causing the branches of the trees to droop and the leaves to lose their green color. The vitality of this place was rapidly fading away when Xian and the others suddenly felt their line of sight trembling slightly. Just when they thought it was an illusion, they saw the space begin to shake like noodles. The ground cracked without any sign, and the wind blew up the clouds. The sky darkened bit by bit, as if a colorful cover had been added to the sky. Hey, no matter what, this is too big of a commotion. These kids can't withstand the energy fluctuations of the origin relics. Elder Yu hurriedly shouted at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing waved his hand lightly. 3 layers of energy barriers completely isolated the area. He even placed layers of energy barriers formed by the power of order on the 4 of them. However, this made Yun Nuashing and the others' hearts beat even faster. They didn't panic when he didn't do anything, but when he moved, more than 10 or 20 layers of energy barriers appeared in an instant. They were afraid that something big was about to happen. It was like a person who was usually indifferent to you suddenly approached you with a face full of smiles. If it wasn't for the fact that the end of the world was coming in the next second, or that he had something bad to say to you, the situation in front of them was even more serious. There was no other choice. It was directly on the level of the end of the world. At this point, the relaxed and happy atmosphere that was born during the exchange had completely dissipated. Only an invisible weight that oppressed the entire world was left. The chaotic phenomenon wreaked havoc in this sealed space. The energy vibrations caused by the resonance had already reached a level visible to the naked eye. However, compared to the darkness and the collapse of space, what they felt was even more terrifying was Yun Nuoxing's expression gradually darkening. Just the expression of an expert who held 6 ancient relics and stood at the pinnacle of origin was enough to make people's hearts palpitate. The wind of energy whistled past him, blowing Yun Nuoxing's long hair and exposing his gloomy and dark face. The resonance of the origin relic sent his consciousness to a distant place. He moved along with the non-order energy. The truth was right in front of him. It was useless to run away. The origin relics were inextricably related to the non-order energy. Moreover, it was definitely deeply involved. In his senses, there was an unusual energy reaction coming from every corner of the cloud continent. The origin relic was entangled with the origin relic, and the 2 types of order forces were resisting each other. His consciousness crazily surged along with the roaring long river heading towards the source. He searched for the source until, a certain moment, Yun Nuoxing suddenly opened his eyes wide. All the energy in his body surged and poured into the space like a roaring void. A roar rushed out in the real world and in his soul at the same time. Everyone, release all the energy. Skip all the confirmation steps. Execute the order to destroy the Ridge origin continent. Sink the entire continent into nothingness. This is an order. This is an order from the observer. Chapter 1631. Accidents always came by accident, without any preparation, without any expectations. If one were to disregard the suddenness and unpreparedness of it, then it would no longer be an accident. That was why Yun Nuoxing hated this word very much. His divine life was always full of accidents, casually causing trouble for him, casually causing some things to happen, casually. Everything would happen casually. Suddenly, unexpectedly, a mountain of problems piled up in front of him, wantonly laughing at him, fooling him like a monkey. No matter how much he prepared, it was never enough, just like at this very moment. With a roar of command, a vast amount of energy that could shatter the cloud continent gushed out in an instant. More than 50 energy light pillars flashed wildly under the sky of the cloud continent. Energy towers that were 10 feet tall appeared in the energy light pillars with a heavy rumble. The energy core at the top was already full of energy, and at this moment it was flashing wildly under the bright sun. Waves of energy waves that shook the heavens, and earth spread out to the ends of the world. The energy towers resonated with each other, sending signals to each other. Order confirmed. Correct. All energy towers enter energy overload mode. All restrictions on energy towers have been removed. Resonance. The power of laws and order has been maximized to counter the restrictions of the cloud continent. All energy barriers in the mountain origin have been prepared. Evacuate immediately. Execute destruction. The void seal has been completed. The concept layer of laws will be sealed a second time. Concealment removed. Remove. Guardian's order. Adjust. The person in charge of the concept layer of laws. Take down the concept layer of laws for me. Occupy the concept layer of laws. From now on, no laws are allowed to exchange between the void and the cloud continent. Only energy is allowed to enter. Hui suddenly spoke, and a new order was transmitted through the soul seed. Then he quickly looked for Yun Nuoxing. Feng, hurry up and explain to me. There's no time to explain. Hurry up and attack. Attack. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Yun Nuoxing roared, and an 8-meter-long longbow appeared in his hands. In an instant, the bow was pulled to a full moon, and aimed in the direction of the mountain origin. The energy madly gathered on the longbow condensed into a dazzling sun. He suddenly thought of another matter. Yuan Ji, seal the space of Buyun Academy from the laws. Cover it up. No, no. Even if I don't have time, Huey's divine soul overlooked the entire cloud continent. The warriors of the celestial realm worked together with the energy towers to release all of their energy. Dozens of energy pillars filled the blue sky, changing the color of the sky and almost igniting the entire cloud continent. All of the energy was aimed at the ridge origin land. They were separated by tens of thousands of miles, millions of miles, or even hundreds of millions of miles. However, such a distance was almost negligible in the face of such destructive energy. All of the attacks would fall at the center of the ridge origin land at the same time. The energy barrier at the edge would isolate all of the energy shockwaves, allowing the shockwaves to continue surging within the sealed space until everything was destroyed into nothingness. There's no time, but there's not enough energy, just a little bit more. Yun Nuoshing's face was extremely gloomy. That was why it was an accident. It was an accident. If there was still time, perhaps they could wait for the warriors in the ridge origin to make preparations to minimize the impact. However, there was no time for that now. There was no time to wait. Yun Nuoshing's breathing stagnated. The uneasiness in his heart reached its peak, causing him to shout again, "Release all your attacks now. Attack! Attack! Fire!" The urgent command caused everyone to stop focusing their energy. A palm pressed against the energy towers. In an instant, dozens of places on the cloud continent were filled with energy so violent that it could set the entire land ablaze. The energy pillars that surged out from the energy towers turned into solid crystals. As the energy crystals of the energy towers exploded, dozens of energy pillars flashed and disappeared in the sky. After that, a pale white ball of energy formed in the sky above the ridge origin land. It was the size of a giant star. Whoosh! Along with the appearance of the giant white star, there was also a dark red torrent of destruction and a golden torrent of energy tainted with endless divine power. The moment the three attacks appeared, they rapidly descended upon the land. The boundless energy stole all the colors of the ridge origin as the world faded into a deathly gray. The energy that was enough to destroy an entire world was suddenly unleashed along with the release of a dazzling light amidst the gloom, abruptly pouring over the entire land. It was also at this moment that everyone's heart was filled with darkness. A frantic alarm rang in their souls. Abnormal movement of unknown non-order energy detected in the cloud continent. The concept layer of laws is being eroded. Violent collapses are being observed in various parts of the cloud continent. The aura of the heart of the world has been exposed. All non-order energy will be released and will invade the space of the cloud continent within half an hour. Energy level detection. Lord Maple. It's a level comparable to origin energy and annihilation energy. Non-order energy is erupting in the ridge origin land. Lord Maple, the attack has failed. Non-order energy has been detected. Everyone, pay attention to the non-order energy fluctuations. Activate the order barrier. The world shook as if it was on a surfboard. The darkness that eroded the world erupted from the ridge origin land in a short second, occupying the blue sky of the cloud continent. The light was gone in an instant, and the entire world fell into the embrace of endless darkness. The energy anomaly that had erupted a minute ago had already attracted the attention of countless people before the short period of time had even calmed down. Another anomaly that was even larger and even more chaotic had suddenly appeared, its boundaries unseen. Everyone who had been calm not long ago was now at a loss and a faint panic, causing a slight disturbance. The frequency of the anomalies one after another made them completely unable to comprehend the impact of such a large-scale anomaly. In a nutshell, the panic had begun to take shape. As for how the situation would ferment and how it would turn out, it would depend on how the various rulers would act. Would they use their glib tongues to deceive the people, or would they appease them normally? Or they had survived the large-scale riot of the origin relics 100 million years ago. They should be able to survive this time as well. Probably. However, Yun Nuoshing felt that there was no need to think about such things. He looked up and smacked his lips impatiently. A cluster of dark red energy light rose from his palm and was violently pressed into the void. A huge dark red energy barrier transcended all obstacles of space and rules, instantly covering hundreds of millions of miles around Ascending Cloud City and the Buyun Academy. As soon as the barrier was formed and turned transparent, a massive and mighty energy rolled over the energy barrier. The roaring energy caused the energy barrier to tremble, and the feedback from the barrier allowed Yun Nuoshing to obtain information about the energy impact. It was just the energy shockwave released when something appeared, unfolded, carried out, or was released. However, this energy shockwave alone could do a lot of things. For example, right now, the panic that had just begun to take shape had weakened to the point of non-existence in an instant. It was no longer enough to form an ideology. There were not enough people left. All the major settlements had defensive measures similar to energy barriers. Those things could not completely block the impact of this mighty non-order energy. They could only offset it. Those people should have fainted Ascending Cloud City, and the cities that were under their protection should have been saved. However, that number was probably less than 1/10 of the entire cloud continent. Everyone reply. Confirm the current situation. After the dark energy shrouded the entire land, this place had become a non-order energy domain. They had a slight obstruction in maintaining the long-distance communication. He had to release as much of his divine soul as possible to maintain the soul communication. All teams have been accounted for. Lord Feng and Lord Hui are unharmed for the time being. However, this place, the entire world has changed. I know. Let's talk about that later. For now, let's maintain the current situation. Everyone, except for the few who are attacking the concept layer of the laws, spread out to the 8 lands of the cloud continent. Try to grasp any information about this non-order domain as soon as possible. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and shouted. After that, he frowned slightly and said, "Without wasting too much time, try to save as many people as you can. Take the cities as a unit. Don't worry about the places controlled by the rulers of the cloud continent. Let them deal with it themselves. Since things have already happened, they need to experience it themselves." Yes, God. Hui, how are things on your side? After giving out the task, Yun Nuoshing quickly looked for Hui. That guy must be, it's okay. It's not a big problem. The divine domain that I released in the emergency just now was too big. I might need a while to recover. Huey's voice came after a few seconds. It sounded like he was fine. Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it. He had no right to criticize others. Looking up, the sky was dark. The spatial laws created by the Buyun Academy were covered by a higher level of spatial laws. Now, all the space was in this dark sky. The light of the sun could still be seen, but it was only a small ball that was slightly glowing. Light was afraid of the darkness here. Even if it was not for the airtight energy layer, the sun could not sprinkle light on the land. Even all the existing lighting facilities on the continent were not releasing half of the usual light. The world was abnormally dark. The darkness that could not be dispelled lingered in the entire space. Tisk damn it. Thinking that he was one step slower, Yun Nuoxing fiercely smacked his lips. He punched the space and almost smashed out the void space. What, Senior, what exactly is going on? The sudden change only happened in a short 3 to 5 minutes. When Xian and the others saw Yun Nuoxing suddenly go berserk with their own eyes. Then, the sky suddenly became dark. At this moment, even Elder Yu's face darkened. His uneasy expression was reflected on his face. Seeing the two Origin Realm experts so gloomy, they became even more panicked. From the chaotic and panicked sounds in the distance, they knew that the Buyun Academy should be in chaos right now. Energy, that energy, the energy hidden under the cloud continent is going berserk. They have already taken action. I should have guessed what they wanted to do with this energy. I should have known. But without enough power from the ancient remnant, I couldn't calculate the time. When I first calculated it, TSK, I was a few minutes late. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly replied. His soul that had spread out from this space quickly swept through the earth and space. He was connected to the soul seeds of others, so he could also see the other parts of the cloud continent. At this moment, a huge continent that was gradually collapsing appeared clearly in his mind. The pure energy that was affected by the non-order energy was wreaking havoc in the relatively high altitude and a few barren areas. It wantonly formed a huge energy storm. Huge cracks appeared on the ground near the magma. The violent magma gushed out from the shallow surface. Raging flames spread across every corner of the world. The bright yet slightly dim red flames spread across the surface of the world like a huge net. It was like flowing blood that was constantly expanding its area. In the distant sea, an unprecedentedly large tsunami had already swallowed a city near the sea. The latter had an energy barrier that isolated the water, so it had become a lone island in the sea. The boundary between the earth and the sea was constantly shaking because of the violent ocean. Overlooking the entire continent, only red and blue marks could be seen constantly moving. The earthquake and the shaking that seemed as if half of the continent was disintegrating was caused by the non-order energy's corrosion of the space and laws. Order was rapidly retreating, and the distortion of the laws caused a large-scale collapse of the space and laws. The Earth's crust was sent flying into the sky amidst the shaking of the space. The speed at which the entire cloud continent was collapsing and disintegrating was much faster than he had imagined. However, 10 minutes ago, this was still a normal world with beautiful scenery. Everything had happened in the span of 10 minutes. This was a man-made disaster, and not a collapse caused by the non-order energy. It was far from being this fast. It was disintegrating the continent from the inside. Lord Feng, the ridge origin has been sealed by the non-order energy. We have no way of entering. It has a barrier that is even stronger than Lord Huey's. F*CK, leave 2 people to spy on the ridge origin. The rest of you meet up with the others elsewhere. Hundreds of images flashed crazily in his soul. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He gritted his teeth, and his face was gloomy. The enemy had already released such a large-scale domain in front of them. Moreover, they had even assumed a battle stance. It was obvious that they wanted to fight against them. However, they could not touch them at all. They could not find where they were hiding at all. His anxiety, irritation, and anxiety were all just for show. He couldn't find a place to vent his anger. That Senior Feng. A soft voice made Yun Nuoxing turn his head. When he saw one Nuan and the others still in front of him, he was even more stunned. He hurriedly shouted, "Why are you still here? Hurry up and take refuge. You should be safe in the Buyun Academy." When Nuan hurriedly shook her head, when she heard this, she grabbed Yun Nuoxing's arm and tried to calm him down. "Senior Feng, listen. Something seems to have happened in the academy. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Speaking of which, the restlessness and panic in the academy didn't seem to have subsided at all. The elders and ancient guards of the academy shouldn't be unable to control a group of brats. What's going on? Just as he was about to bring people over to take a look, a thunderous roar came from within the academy. It reverberated through the entire Buyun Academy and the endless mountains. All elders at origin level and above immediately head to the array. The rest of you bring the students and leave the Buyun Academy. The academy is about to collapse. Everyone, leave the academy. That mighty roar reverberated throughout the entire academy, causing the panicking students to be shocked. They recognized that it was the voice of the headmaster. At that moment, they did not care about anything else and hurriedly ran towards the direction of the main door. Yun Nuoshing, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. Damn you, there's still a ceiling point under you, but hurry up and leave. Don't stay here. There's another huge energy eruption point sealed under the academy. The reason it hasn't exploded yet is probably because someone's holding it up. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly shouted at Wenwan and the others. He was about to leave when he looked at them hesitantly. Then he brought them along. Forget it. Come with me first. I'll let someone else take you away later. It's not safe to leave you here. UNG, how's the situation over there? Jing Yuenji's voice came a full 5 seconds late. Even her voice sounded very strained. Master Feng, I'm trying my best to maintain the stability of this space. The Academy's space itself seems to be a layer of seal. The non-order energy wants to explode. Phew, it has to break the space first. It's trying to break the 2 seals at the same time. However, if the seal is broken, this space will probably collapse in an instant. I can still hold on for a while. Master Feng, please hurry. Girl, help UNG hold on for a while. After a minute, release your control over the space and come to the seal. Be careful. I'll deal with you when the time comes. A gentle voice echoed in his heart, slightly suppressing his wild emotions. However, the second half of the sentence made him smile bitterly. He hurriedly brought Wenwan and the others across the sky. What he saw was the students rushing across the ground and the sky like a tide. They were going against the tide and rushing towards the place where the light was shining. In the depths of the Buyun Academy, there was a 7-colored energy barrier shining. Weak black energy surged within the barrier. It was the non-order energy that was about to break out of the seal. The Buyun Academy's seal was already slowly weakening, and it couldn't keep the seal intact. Right now, even if the Academy used all of its power, it wouldn't be able to maintain the seal. Breaking the seal was almost inevitable. However, once this place exploded, the non-order energy underground would probably flood out and drown the entire cloud continent. At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as just a Hell's map. The enormous non-order energy hidden underground had already gone berserk, and it needed a vent. Right now, it was known that one was in the Ridge origin land, and the other was right in front of them. For now, they didn't see any other places. If they let the non-order energy jump out of the Buyun Academy's seal, it would directly collapse and explode. Even the space created by the origin heavenly god couldn't withstand the destruction of the non-order energy. That energy was almost at the same level as them. At first, he couldn't recognize it at all. It was only until today that he realized it was already too late. After half a minute, they arrived at the place where the Buyun Academy's seal was. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed with silver light as she looked at the place. The huge 7-colored energy barrier had many things that were similar to the center of the array. From the center of the array, There were countless energy threads that connected to the surrounding buildings that were filled with energy. Huge towers, energy sources, and those things together maintained the seal's integrity. However, it was just barely maintaining the seal. Inside the energy barrier, there was already black energy floating around. Those energies strange, very strange. I have a bad feeling. Looking at the black energy inside the huge energy barrier, Elder Yu felt a little uneasy. He couldn't help but murmur and look at Yun Nuoshing. Is that the energy you were talking about? Yun Nuoshing casually nodded and didn't pay attention to him anymore. 60 to 70 types of origin energy surged around her body, and the origin crystals on her body also glowed with energy. Why are you still here? Get out. Leave the academy. The seal won't last long. Just as Yun Nuoshing was about to use the origin energy to press down on the seal, the black-robed old man who was maintaining the seal below caught a glimpse of Yun Nuoshing and the others in the air and was stunned. He couldn't help but shout. Everyone couldn't help but glance at them. After a glance, they hurriedly stabilized their minds to maintain the seal. However, a voice suddenly sounded, "Little brother, come and help us. We can't hold on for much longer." Yun Nuoshing's gaze shifted. As expected, he saw the little black snake waving at him. He was so tired that he was about to collapse. He stuck out his tongue. "This seal can't be maintained." Yun Nuoshing shook her head and said to everyone here, "In 10 seconds, I will take over the seal. All of you retreat. Don't leave anyone behind. I don't know what will happen if you get sucked in by the energy stimulated by me." And the seal, the black-robed old man, was slightly stunned. Just as he was about to say something, the little black snake hurriedly shouted, "Dean, listen to him, don't hesitate." Yun Nuoshing didn't give them any time to hesitate. He waved his hand and handed Wen Cheng and the others over to Elder Yu. The 60 to 70 types of origin energy surging around his body were already prepared. He shouted and turned into a gorgeous rainbow-colored meteor that descended from the sky. 6 divine halos soared behind him, releasing all of his divine right and divine power. He directly crashed towards the rainbow-colored energy barrier. "You're crazy. Don't be crazy. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Retreat." The black-robed old man's voice and the little black snake's voice alternated. Everyone was stunned when they saw Yun Nuoshing's deadly momentum. They hesitated for less than half a second before they clenched their teeth and hurriedly retreated. The black-robed old man had no choice but to retreat when he saw the little black snake and the others desperately retreating. Boom! The moment everyone let go of their hands and stepped back, the crack in the seal instantly expanded by more than 3 to 4 times. Non-order energy had already gushed out of the crack in the form of a mist like a giant spring. It was also at this moment that Yunua's star descended from the sky with the Kanagami inscribed with origin energy. He pressed the Kanagami, inscribed on the ground with a palm, and the chains of order and principles condensed into nails that were hundreds of meters long and fell from the sky. They turned into a dense rainstorm and pierced through the ground, binding the Kanagami, inscribed on the seal with the old seal, and nailing it to the ground. PFFF, a dense non-order energy gushed out of the crack in the seal without any backup. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand, and the storm formed by the origin energy swallowed it in one gulp. While destroying the seal, it also fed back information, causing his expression to continue to change. However, now wasn't the time to talk about this. He looked at everyone not far away and shouted, "Everyone, retreat! Leave this place. This seal can't be maintained forever. I can only open an opening for it, so that it won't cause irreversible damage to the Cloud Continent in an instant. Take advantage of this time to evacuate everyone in Cloud Ascending City. Remember, don't leave the range of my barrier. Go." Everyone, find a way to stabilize the structure of the cloud continent. Stop it from disintegrating. You'll be the core. I'll leave the rest to you. On my side, I can't do anything else. Yuan-ji, take them away from here. Pick 4 of the fastest ones. Bring all the origin relics that can be moved to me now. Feng, don't play yourself to death. Hui gritted his teeth and spread the holy energy to all parts of the cloud continent as much as possible. While taking over the command, he also needed to understand the method to stabilize the cloud continent. They needed to stabilize the structure of the cloud continent in the shortest time possible. I won't die. Yun Nuoxing grinned. While he could still smile, he smiled for a while longer. I'm an immortal observer. Chapter 1632. The greatest calamity in history. For the cloud continent Yun Nuoxing and the others had experienced so far was not considered the greatest calamity. It was just an extraordinarily large calamity. However, the enemy had the upper hand and had been preparing for this calamity for many years. That was why the situation was suddenly messed up and turned into the worst situation in an instant. As for the non-order energy that was on the same level as the origin energy, it was indeed rioting and powerful. However, it did not seem to be complete. Or rather, its attention did not seem to be here. Perhaps it was at the eruption point in the mountain origin continent. As for what was happening over there, it was not something that he could know at the moment. He had already done his best to remove the sealing circle of the Buyun Academy, suppress the rioting non-order energy, and forcefully delay the collapse of the entire cloud continent. He did not have the time to use his brain right now. At the sealing circle of the Buyun Academy, the rampaging origin energy and the non-order energy were converging here. With a huge divine rune circle as the battlefield, a storm-like battle broke out. On the home ground, the non-order energy that had unlimited energy was fighting against Yun Nuoxing, whose energy capacity was so large that it was comparable to unlimited energy for a short period of time. The place where the two of them were fighting was like the last bridge between order and chaos. If the non-order energy broke through this bridge, it would be a complete victory. Order would completely collapse, and the cloud continent would be completely destroyed by the non-order energy in less than 5 minutes. On the other hand, if the order energy won, it would gain a lot of time to breathe and a chance to turn the situation around. This is a rescue. This is just a rescue. Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth. The chains formed by the power of order were wrapped around his hands and entangled in the huge underground magic circle. The resistance of the non-order energy had increased. No matter how much the other party did not care about this place, he could feel that it was blocked. Perhaps they had already begun to gather their energy towards this place. He could feel that the non-order energy that was constantly surging and erupting from the ground was still growing stronger at this moment. Trash! Yun Nuoxing scolded angrily. He lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Quiet down. Countless formations bloomed in the void, floating in the real world and rapidly overlapping one another, turning into a thick cake of formations. Countless sealed energies pressed down on this energy outfall that was hundreds of miles wide. The clash between the two types of order produced an energy that caused discomfort to all living beings, filling the entire space, causing him to feel extreme disgust and nausea. The nails that were nailed to the ground to strengthen the seal were being pulled out bit by bit from the edges. Every time a nail was pulled out, the magic circle in the sky would send down an even larger energy nail that carried an even more powerful sealing force. The shockwave carried with it 120% resistance force that was unwilling to be beaten, causing the non-order energy that was near the magic circle to be violently smashed into the ground. Taking a beating was something Hui should do. He was the main attacker. How could he just take a beating and not fight back? It sounded very masochistic. Even in the face of a seal, his preferred method was to fight, fight, and fight. If he destroyed the energy, there would be no need to seal it. Maple, Lil Pillar of Creation, is being suppressed. As soon as this thing was erected, it was oppressed by the rules of the entire world, the rules of non-order. Damn, you didn't hear wrong. Lil Pillar of Creation is being suppressed. This is unprecedented. I'm now fighting for control. Do you have any way to help me? Sorry, your partner is busy fighting with the non-order energy and has no time to reply. Why is it being suppressed? Even if Lil Pillar of Creation had the word Lil in it, it was still a genuine pillar of creation. With this thing's heaven-defying concealment and rules, there was still a time when it could be suppressed. This was something he had never expected. Lord Hui, the defensive territory has been opened. We have locked onto the location where the structural rules of the cloud continent are being reconstructed. Now, we will try to stabilize the collapsed structural rules. Please stabilize the core as soon as possible. A large amount of non-order energy and non-order rules are surging at the boundary of the concept layer of rules. If anyone is free, please come and help. If we can't take down the concept layer of rules, we will always be suppressed. Maple, come and save me. Yun Nuashing was anxious and irritable. She wanted to vomit blood. Can anyone tell me how to continue in this terrible situation? They didn't have anyone. If there were 200 or 300 more warriors from the celestial realm, no, 100 would be enough. If there were another 100, he would be able to forcefully turn this terrible situation around. However, there was a serious lack of manpower right now. He would need everyone to perform at least 2 or 3 times their usual level to be slightly more comfortable. Lord Maple, a soft voice hurriedly sounded beside him, with a faint tremor of energy. Accompanied by the fragments of the setting sun, a figure appeared beside him. It was Jing Yuanji, who had half of her hair dyed white. She quickly said, "Everyone in the Cloud Step Academy has been evacuated. Half of the academy space has been exposed to the outside world and is about to merge with the outside world. Ascending Cloud City is still in the evacuation stage, and the progress is slow. Did you bring the origin relic? I want to kill myself." The people who went to retrieve the origin relic were intercepted by the non-order energy halfway. They determined that it was not suitable to approach those places at this time. They are now attacking the concept layer of rules. The non-order energy has begun to leak out from other places in the cloud continent. Yun Nuashing was shocked and widened her eyes. She glanced at the temporarily stable magic circle and took the time to adjust the information in the soul transmission. A moment later, she couldn't help but smack her lips. Damn it! The structure of rules must be stabilized within 20 minutes. If this drags on, even if I suppress this place, the non-order energy will break through the surface of the other places. By then, it's all over. Yuanji, can you replace Huey's position? Yun Nuashing quickly looked at Jing Yuanji. She was probably the only combat force that could be mobilized. I have no way to replace Master Huey's core position at the moment. Jing Yuanji shook her head. But this was normal. He was too impatient to come up with such an idea. Letting Jing Yuanji attack the concept layer of rules might not work. Replacing his position to take over the seal, that seemed to be even worse. Without the suppression of the origin energy, Jing Yuanji's suppression of the seal might collapse in less than half a minute. After all, he was standing on this kind of bridge where life and death were hanging by a thread. He was standing at the most critical position on the battlefield at this time. He was their only chance to turn the tables. Jing Yuanji kept looking at Yun Nuashing, as if she could read his irritable and gradually crazy heart at this moment. Mei Mao closed her eyes slightly. After a moment, she made up her mind and said softly, "Master Foam, actually, I can help you. Shut up. It's too early for that kind of thing." Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and glared at her fiercely. "I won't allow it if I don't say it." Jing Yuanji nodded silently. She stretched out her hands and pressed Yun Nuoshing's palms. Her energy flowed into the land through his hands. "Then, at least let me share a part of it for you." Yun Nuoshing gritted his teeth and nodded. "Quickly think. Think carefully. There should be a strategy. There should be a way to solve the problem at this moment. Use everything. If it doesn't work, bet on your life. If it doesn't work, bet on your soul, bet on reincarnation, but he couldn't think of a way at all. Some cards were reserved for later use. What could he use to deal with the changes in the future if he played it now? Just by looking at his current expression, Little Angel knew that his stress index and madness index were almost desperately climbing up at this moment. If he stayed at this point and couldn't move forward, he might drive himself crazy first, and then do crazy things. At that time, he wouldn't care about whether the cloud continent would explode or not anymore. "Little brother, can you hear me, little brother?" Yun Nuoshing's rationality was on the verge of jumping off the cliff under the double stimulation of stress and madness, when he was about to be held down by his other rationality and take over the right to act. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It made Yun Nuoshing open his eyes. "If it's a message for reinforcements, you don't have to say it. I can't even protect myself here." No. I just want to say that I just received the news that the Ice Realm and those superpowers have gathered together. It seems that they have just stabilized their territory and set up the defense. Now, they are gathering here at Cloud Ascending City. Yun Nuoshing's breathing slowed down for a second. His tense heartstrings relaxed a little bit. At least there was a turning point when the cloud continent fell into the craziest and absolute darkness. There was a weak light that continued the fire that they ignited. The place where the Buyun Academy is located is a huge volcanic crater. They all know that there is a seal, so now they are rushing here. Hearing that he didn't speak, the little black snake quickly explained, "If you need any help, you can... the concept layer of the rules." "What?" "Let them go to the concept layer of the rules. Take down the dark forces that occupy that place. You don't need to completely occupy that place. At least tear a crack, at least for a moment. Gather all the forces and go to the concept layer of the rules to solve the problem there. After solving that place, the situation will be stabilized." Yin Nuoshing roared in response. "Hurry up! This seal won't last long. If it can't be stabilized, the entire cloud continent will quickly collapse. At that time, everything will be irreversible." Oh, I got it. Hold on a little longer." Hold on a little longer." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly, looking at the collapsing sky and the dark energy that swallowed the world. The pressure he was under at the moment was increasing crazily. He didn't know how long he could hold on. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, energy explosions accompanied by fireworks formed a chain of explosions on the ground. In his mind, the control of the corner of the array decreased by more than 30%. The ground under his feet rumbled and shook. Looking up, there was an unprecedentedly strong energy flash in front of him. The fireworks exploded a dozen miles in front of him. The shock waves and the surging non-order energy swept over his body, blowing his robes. The chains of order made a clattering sound as they rubbed against each other. There were colorful energy fragments in the air that were blown up. Those were fragments of the array that were blown up. An energy command was quickly issued in his mind. A part of the huge array above his head floated out and pressed down on the corner of the array that had already collapsed. The ear-piercing sound of chains rubbing against each other was heard. One after another, huge chains of order that were hundreds of feet long pierced the ground like spears falling from the sky. They formed a huge array that patched up the gap. The second defensive domain has been activated. Now begin to prepare to reshape the structural laws of the cloud continent. The leak of the non-order energy within 100 miles has been patched up. The 3rd to 9th defensive domains are ready. Suppress the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. The emergency structural laws have been formed. We only need to wait for the core to be formed. The exposed area of the world core has been temporarily protected. Although we can't use the power of the world core, the enemies guarding here can't touch it. There's a huge flow of non-order energy coming from within the dark barrier of the mountain origin. It might be pushed to other places. Lord Feng, we request to go to the concept layer of laws. Stay where you are. You can only stay where you are. There's no way to occupy the concept layer of laws forever. There's only a moment to open a crack and seize control. We will be able to completely construct the core in that moment. At that moment, you need to complete the repair of the cloud continent's structural laws. Boom, boom, boom. Low spatial vibrations, the atmosphere roared, and the sound of energy exploding came from every corner of the world. Yun Nuoxing pulled on the chains of order and felt that she was about to be flung out by the violent vibrations. Although she didn't know what kind of movement had just occurred to be able to make her tremble, it was either the laws of some place that had collapsed or the non-order energy had collided head-on with a force that was twice as strong. UNG, if 2/3 of the array has collapsed, you should retreat from here first. Yun Nuoxing mobilized the array to strengthen the suppression of the array. She stomped her foot on the ground and gave the non-order energy below a fierce kick. Hearing this, Jing Yuanji shook her head. I'm not leaving. There was 1,000,000 points of firmness and stubbornness in her gentleness, which made Yun Nuoxing slightly stunned. He tilted his head and looked at her. That pair of light blue eyes had a little bit of gold. He could see through her and her thoughts at a glance, which made him stunned for a while. Yun Nuoxing's face sank slightly, and she said calmly, Now is not the time to be stubborn. When only 1/3 of my seal is left, there won't be enough time to replenish the remaining energy. It can happen at any time. It's because of this that I'm not leaving. I can't leave. She still had the mentality that would not waver even if the void was destroyed. The stubbornness of the two girls was displayed on the same face, which made him dazed for a while. The word pain in the balls was written all over his face. If I leave, who will help you? Help? No, at that level, there's no help to speak of. I don't need. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment, then shook her head lightly. You need. Jing Yuanji Mei Mao stared at him, her lily-white hand tightly grasping his palm. You need my help. The roaring sound of energy destruction kept ringing in his ears. Yun Nuoxing divided his attention to continue suppressing the already unstable array. Array after array appeared crazily in the void as his thoughts turned. Several arrays that were tens of thousands of miles in size spun from the sky and pressed down on the ground. The energy that fell from the sky added fuel to the fire in this already unstable space, and the vibrating energy impact began to explode from some corners from time to time. Facing the two girls' gazes, Yun Nuoxing was defeated in the end. He lowered his head, his eyelids drooping slightly. The chains of order wrapped around his hand began to wrap around Jing Yuanji's arm. He tilted his head slightly. Don't regret it if you get hurt. Jing Yuanji nodded vigorously. Leave an appropriate amount of energy to prepare for spatial teleportation. The rest of you will assist me in maintaining the stability of the seal. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and smiled bitterly in his heart. These two stubborn girls. It wasn't that he didn't know what they were thinking, but it was because he knew that he felt helpless. This kind of thing that was walking on the line between life and death was something that little girls like you could do. You had better see the reality clearly, idiot. Well, he was just grumbling in his heart. Since they were so stubborn, he couldn't drive them away. Moreover, he didn't have the time to drive them away. However, since he allowed them to stay, he had to be prepared. He didn't want to see another ending. Speaking of stubborn girls, there were still a few in the spiritual world. At this moment, they were no longer building houses. Instead, they were transmitting the power of their divine souls to him with the thought that a little power is better than nothing. But then again, the degree of resistance from the non-order energy this time made him a little shocked. He had never seen such a degree of resistance from the non-order energy he had encountered in the past. It was so crazy that swallowing the small cloud continent was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. With such a degree of violence, if used in a surprise attack, the entire void seal would be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Although he did not want to think so, he did not know why his brain thought in this direction. There was a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. This feeling of uneasiness was far greater than the uneasiness when Long Sky made the switch operation last time. He always felt that he had been tricked badly, this time by Hui in a hurry to the cloud continent. The intuition of the heavenly god of origin told him that he should have called Lady Green and the others, at least 1,000 people. The control of the void has been replaced by the non-order energy. Just as Yun Nuashing was annoyed, an indifferent, cold, and emotionless voice that he had not heard for a short period of time rang in his mind, startling him. What happened? The sealed void has been crushed by the energy released from the inside. We have lost control of the external void. Min's voice was filled with deep exhaustion. It was very simple and straightforward, but it was not difficult to see how thrilling what she had just experienced was. What should we do now? We can't protect the outside, but at least we have to confirm the inside. I know that the control of the internal void must have been affected. If we can't even take control of the concept level of the laws, there's no need to talk about the void. In short, you have to find a way to suppress the restless void. At least, don't let the situation continue to worsen. And then, Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth and said, quickly, first, go to the concept level of the laws to help. Second, stay in the void. When the laws of this world open up for a moment, if you can take back the void at that time, Min thought seriously for a moment and nodded. I'll go to the concept level of the laws. That's right. It's only natural. The sound of energy exploding reverberated in his ears. It had been shaking wildly for a long time, but he could not remember when it had become so intense. He only knew that when he reacted, the magic circles around him had turned into nothingness in droves. His energy had also entered the flood stage, and he began to desperately pour in energy to forcibly maintain the stability of the magic circles at that moment. The seal's integrity has dropped by half. The overlaying seal can no longer protect the old seal, and the speed of its collapse will get faster and faster. Jing Yuanji said softly. Yun Nuashing began to have a toothache again. He had bitten it himself. What's the situation with the concept level of the laws now? Could it be that the forces of the cloud continent and the realm of the gods could not suppress it at all? Lord Feng, be careful! A cry of alarm accompanied by a sudden change of sight startled Yun Nuashing. Jing Yuanji suddenly pressed him down to the ground, and an obscure non-order energy rapidly pierced through the afterimage they left behind, slowly disappearing. As the seal gradually collapsed, the non-order energy was already not foolishly attacking, but had already gone berserk. After that attack failed, the non-order energy condensed into a large number of strange things, and attacked them with palms, fists, kicks, swords, and sabers. Stars fall. The azure light of energy pierced the sky, shining in the dark sky. A huge amount of pure energy fell into the large pit of the seal, and the ring-shaped energy impact, and the energy aftermath of the shining starry sky spread wildly across the entire cloud continent. The places where the impact passed through seemed to have encountered an earthquake that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Wait a moment, the cloud continent was shaking everywhere, and it was not even hard to come by in 10,000 years. I'll let you see what a violent seal is. At the center of the torrent of energy, Yun Nuoxing's face shone with a crazed expression that made all living beings tremble in fear. He roared as he pulled out the Netheruin sword. He raised the Netheruin sword high in the air and madly devoured all the energy in the air. Even the torrent of energy falling from the sky poured extra energy into the Netheruin sword. Lord Feng, the ridge origin, has detected signs of energy life. This is an existence similar to the abyssal death mist. It's a manifestation born from this non-order energy. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Yun Nuoxing laughed maniacally in a low voice. He held Jing Yuanji tightly in his arms with his left hand, and the energy chains formed by the dual orders tightly wrapped around her. He raised his right hand and fiercely stabbed the Netheruin sword into the void. Origin, chaos. Flatten this world for me. Let everything fall into this void. As if the void and nothingness were flowing backwards, the brilliant light of the Milky Way was fused into a single energy that burst forth in an instant. The center of the light pillar of starfall was filled with a crazy energy that was enough to make the darkness dim and fade. The energy carried an impact that penetrated the laws, space, and time. In an instant, the energy washed over the entire cloud continent, causing everyone to widen their eyes in shock. Hui, who was fighting desperately for the control of the rules, suddenly saw the entire world turn gray, and then bright white. Then, an energy that was enough to collapse the void a few hundred times rushed towards his face, causing him to be shocked for a moment before he was sent flying. However, it seemed that it was only to the extent of being sent flying. On the other hand, the non-order energy that had been falling from the conceptual level of the rules shattered with a loud bang, turning into dust and dissipating. Even if it's a special attack against the non-order energy, you should have given me a warning beforehand. Idiot Feng. The mighty origin, chaos lasted for a full 15 seconds. Nothing in the entire cloud continent was completely spared. However, in comparison, the damage that belonged to the order side was obviously smaller. The non-order energy that had gathered was completely shattered upon contact. Lord Hui, the conceptual level of the rules is now ours. Please construct the core as soon as possible. The conceptual level of the rules is unobstructed. Everyone, if you want to cause trouble, do it now. Hui jumped up from the ground like a carp when he heard that. 7 divine halos jumped out from behind him, and a light beam of energy burst out from the top of the small pillar of creation and rushed into the conceptual level of the rules. The entire pillar was suffused with mysterious runes, and the power of the rules overflowed in an instant. Hui's hands that contained divine runes gathered the energy of the primeval realm and the guardian. He slapped the ground where the small pillar of creation stood. Small barrier of creation. The small barrier of creation with the aura of the divine realm instantly spread out, covering the entire cloud continent at this moment. At the same time, everyone who saw the barrier hurriedly waved their hands. Lord Hui's signal has been observed. The core construction is complete. Do it. Defense domain, rules suppression, reconstruction. One after another, Energy halos rose from every corner of the cloud continent, expanding to the extent of hundreds of millions of miles. Endless aura of the rules burst out. With the appearance of these halos, the cloud continent that was on the verge of collapse stopped the process of destruction in an instant. Lord Foam, the construction of the rules has been stabilized. The cloud continent has temporarily stabilized. F*CKU. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. This group of undead had finally completed everything he had delayed for so long just for this moment. Chapter 16:33. As the structural rules stabilized, the collapse of the entire cloud continent stopped abruptly. Everyone could clearly feel that the entire world had broken free from the violent self-destructive state. In an instant, the entire world was quiet, but it was not the time for silence. There were still energy shock waves everywhere, and the turbulent movement of non-order energies could still be felt. But before that, they could clearly see that on the brown land, the blue of the sea, and the crimson of the magma had stopped spreading. The battle between the conceptual level of the rules and the small pillar of creation was at its limit. Both sides were fighting with their lives on the line. If either side let their guard down a little, even if they had the thought, they would lose the moment they let their guard down. Now that they were so tense, a little external force was enough. External force everywhere was just a little bit lacking. That was why Unua Planet had sent out an energy attack without any discussion. It was enough to tip the scales in their favor. However, to be honest, it was quite risky. In the end, if the Order energy had not attacked him first and weakened the pressure on the seal in an instant, he would not have used this attack so decisively. They were the same. They were all tensed up in a line. Whoever changed their state first would lose. Rule restriction, change, delete, reshape. When the battle around them had come to a standstill, Yun Nuashing was still dealing with the last problem. Using the power of starfall and primordial chaos, he instantly pushed the non-order energies back by a distance. He was now frantically urging the primordial energy to reshape the space of the Buyun Academy. The 6 primordial relics appeared and floated around him, releasing the primordial law. He would use the primordial energy to reshape the space of the Buyun Academy. The 6 primordial relics appeared and floated around him, releasing the primordial law. He would use the primordial energy to reshape the space of the reshaped space. Cancel the void law. Cancel the time law. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Seal the void. Sea of time. Primordial realm. UNG, help me redefine the law of this space. Anything will do. The chaotic energy that was recklessly exploding and flowing was separated from this space by the last layer of barrier. The overflowing black aura was the first to contaminate the land around the seal. These were just a small vanguard that was deliberately released by Yun Nua. The real main force was still behind. A giant magma pillar that seemed to have accumulated pressure for 10 billion years was gathering energy with a deadly momentum. It was crazily rushing toward the surface. Even from a distance, he could feel the pressure that the energy was crazily approaching him. A space created by origin energy and origin laws. Yun Nuashing clenched his teeth and stabbed the Netheruan sword into the ground again. A huge amount of laws and divine runes spread out from the ground where the sword touched, then rose up from the ground and rushed into the air like a crazily growing vine, carving countless origin imprints and divine runes in the space. This cage created by the origin laws, if you want it, I'll give it to you. Retreat. The moment the primordial law and primordial energy finished reshaping, Yun Nuashing put away the Netheruan sword and disappeared in a flash with Jing Yuanji in his arms. In an instant, an immeasurably vast and violent energy surged out from the depths of the earth, turning into a pillar of energy that shot into the sky. The non-order energy was so dense that it could distort the space in the real world. The non-order energy spread wantonly in an instant, carrying a destructive will that could dissolve the void of order into nothingness. It roared wildly, contaminating and destroying everything in its path. Then, it spread wildly towards the direction of the endless mountains. Thankfully, the Buyun Academy had created a space that could extend infinitely by adjusting the law of space. It was so vast that the non-order energy could run wild there. But even if it did not, it would not matter. Without the endless mountains, they would suddenly realize that the destructive will that they had been accumulating for who knows how many years had suddenly disappeared just as they were about to destroy the cloud continent. The world had shrunk into a cage with a radius of only a few 100,000 miles. Locked in the cage was a group of mortal enemies, the Wardens. As for what kind of sparks would come out of their friction, slaughter, that was not something they needed to pay attention to. Even if they wanted to pay attention to it, they would not be able to unless they were crazy enough to open up the space and take a look inside. The origin law has reconstructed the space. Although it's a little rushed to redefine everything, there shouldn't be any problems. This way, the non-order energy will be trapped inside the cage together with the outflow of the origin law. It will sink slow and repeat the meaningless flow and impact. Even if the non-order energy attacks the origin law, it will take a long time before it can break through the cage. Not only that, before the non-order energy attacks the origin law, the time and the space will reach its end, and the non-order energy will be released. But before that happens, we will have a long time to deal with what we're about to face. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief and changed the topic. That was really a close call. If it weren't for that attack, if I didn't release the origin law in that instant, and if I didn't suddenly try to force it back into the ground, I wouldn't have had the time to gather the origin energy and the origin law, especially the origin law, which isn't a power that belongs to me. The space that was reconstructed by the origin energy returned to the closed state it was in when it belonged to the Buyun Academy. The fusion with the space in the real world was cancelled, and it slowly became transparent and melted into the space. Yun Nuoshing and Gu Shijiu floated in the sky above ascending Cloud City, watching the space return to its transparent state. This time, it was completely melted into the space and was completely hidden. Unless the seal was broken, it would not appear in this world again. What could they do during the time they saved? Defeat the enemy? Or he hadn't thought it through yet. Yun Nuoshing's chest was gently poked. He lowered his head and remembered that Jing Yuanji was still in his arms. She was tightly bound by the chains of the origin law. Now that they were in a safe space, he released the chains and asked, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm just a little exhausted." Jing Yuanji nodded. Her jade-like hand stroked the long hair that fell in front of her face. She turned her head away, not daring to look at Yun Nuoshing. Her pretty face was still flushed, and even her ears were red. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuoshing stuck out his tongue. He was in a hurry just now, so he didn't think too much about it. Well, he couldn't talk about this topic now. The stable steps that a group of people desperately built had completely stabilized. Yun Nuoshing kept looking up at the sky that was covered in endless darkness. In less than 2 minutes, the rules between heaven and earth changed again. It was oppressive and resistant again. Even if they had just seized control of the concept level of the rules, they could only hold on for less than 3 minutes before retreating in defeat. Master Feng, the rules, I know. Everyone retreat. We've achieved our goal. If they want control, just give it to them. Now is not the time to fight head-on. We can't do that yet. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. The group of people were so tired that they wanted to die. The only result was that they had built the platform for this foothold as planned. before everyone recovered, it was almost impossible to attack the concept level of the rules again and fight for control. At this moment, the Cloud Continent's territory that belonged to Order was protected by the small creation barrier, so the power of the rules could still be used. However, if they entered the Ridge origin land and entered the Void, the power of the rules would be far away from them. But in an emergency, they could still use the power of the rules. So now, they weren't in a hurry to attack that place. The real problem was over at the Ridge origin land. They had just heard a report from someone at the critical moment. It seemed like a manifestation similar to the Abyss Death Mist manifestation had appeared. However, it was formed by the condensation of non-order energy. If that was really the case, it would be a little troublesome. Those who are monitoring the Ridge origin land, please report back. What's the situation now? The manifestations that appeared at the Ridge origin land have all been destroyed. At the same time, the surging energy inside has calmed down. No more manifestations have appeared. The barrier is still in a sealed state and cannot be broken through. Master Feng, do you want to attack directly? If you can attack in your current state, I won't stop you. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. Everyone, take a rest first. After that, clear all non-order energy within the small creation barrier. Hui, how are things on your side? Phew, I'm as tired as a dog. Hui lay under the small creation pillar and waved his right hand at the sky. I'm afraid that I just fought with 70% to 80% of the non-order energy in the Cloud Continent. Phew, I didn't think that it would be so tiring. After all, I'm at the primeval stage. If I don't beat you, who else would I beat? I heard that you were stuck at the mouth of the volcano just now. I was stuck for a long time. Void Stopper, I'll beat you up, okay? Huh, we'll talk about how to beat me up when you've recovered your strength. No, wait for me to recover my strength before I let you beat me up. Phew. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and let out a long sigh. It's been hard. Everyone is so tired that they are lying on the ground like dead dogs. Their soul communication is filled with a series of howls and gasps. Oh, that's not all. Min seems to still be active. He seems to be planning to use the small creation barrier to take back control of the Void. It seems to be working well. It's effective in preventing the enemy from attacking them from behind. Snore. Yun Nuoshing was confused. Hey. I told you to rest, but I didn't tell you to lie down and sleep immediately. There's a lot of trouble right now. We've just built a platform to stand on. Don't relax so quickly. Whose snoring is getting into the soul communication? Huh. Her words had an immediate effect. A bunch of cries and howls came from the soul communication. Yun Nuoshing was even more speechless. Although they were dog-tired and had just gained a foothold, how could they all relax? He was also very tired, very tired. He had to be a void stopper to block the volcanic crater that did not belong to Order. In the end, he even had to use the origin law of the origin relic. At this moment, he also wanted to find a place to lie down. Brother Feng, you guys came out safe and sound. While Yun Nuoshing was floating in the sky, a shout suddenly came from below. He turned his head and saw the little black snake hurriedly flying up. Some people who saw it also flew up, such as Ji Shuiyin, and Ji Shuiyin. When the little black snake flew up, he was sweating profusely. He was probably busy with the evacuation of Ascending Cloud City. As for the extent of the evacuation, well, there were too many people. He didn't want to see it. If he shouted that there was no need to evacuate now, he didn't know if he would be beaten to death. However, there was a special large bomb in the space next to him. If they knew about it, no one would be able to sleep well. It was better to evacuate. The evacuation of Ascending Cloud City went quite smoothly with the help of the people from the academy. We have to find another place to settle down. After saying this, the little black snake took a deep breath. He then stared at Yun Nuoshing and took a deep breath. The latter's cheeks twitched. Here it comes, here it comes. A lot of questions came one after another. If possible, he didn't want to say a word now. The little black snake grabbed Yun Nuoshing's right hand and shook it up and down vigorously. Thank you, brother. If it weren't for your help, we would have all died in the academy. Yun Nuoshing. This was different from what he thought. Wasn't it bombarding him with questions? The dean went to the concept layer with the other families. I don't know the situation now, but it should be the control of the concept layer was seized by us for about 3 minutes, and then it was taken back. Yun Nuoshing decided to say a few words. The crucial 3 minutes allowed us to stabilize the worst situation at the moment. We have to think about every step we take. In the darkest time, one wrong step is equivalent to losing everything. Brother, do you know what happened? I know a little more than you. I know a little more than everyone in the Cloud Continent. It's just that we are still in the dark. We don't know the true face of the enemy. We don't know what the enemy is thinking, and we don't know what they are planning to do. Aren't they planning to destroy the Cloud Continent? The little black snake pulled his hair that had a metallic luster in a daze. When you changed your mind to this place, you have already lost. It's just a facade. Yun Nuoshing sighed and shook his head. It's just one of a series of movements caused by them for something. The real purpose is still hidden in a place that we can't reach. Yun Nuoshing crossed his arms and whispered softly, "But you really don't know anything, people of the Cloud Continent." "Ah, brother, what did you just say?" "Nothing. I was just talking to myself." As soon as the two of them finished speaking, they saw from the corner of their eyes that the little girl had finally flown over. Yun Nuoshing had just turned around when he saw the little girl flying over. "Big brother, when did you recover? Why did you run out by yourself? Why did so many things happen all of a sudden? What the hell is going on?" "I saw that everything outside has changed. The ground is cracked, the sea is rushing over, and the sky is dark. Did the sun get shot down? Ugh. Big brother, you don't look too good." He hurriedly caught the little girl and was greeted with a barrage of questions. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that the bombardment of questions was left here. He couldn't avoid what was to come. He hated long explanations the most, especially when he was as tired as a dog. "By the way, how is the academy now? It looks like—" The little black snake looked at the academy space that was already out of sight. He still had a little bit of hope. Could it be that the seal has been repaired? "You're thinking too much." Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and sighed. "That energy exploded a second after we retreated. It should have completely filled up the space of the Buyun Academy. It's following the rules of the endless mountain range to spread over there. Exploded. I reshaped the academy space and used it as a cage to trap that energy. However, after 2 months, which is 130 days later, the reshaped space will completely melt. What's coming will still come if we can't solve the current problem before then." "Solve?" The little black snake smiled bitterly and looked at the dark world. They didn't know what had happened, and they didn't know where the enemy was. Their impression of this world was still at the time when the mountains and rivers were inky and the blue sky was picturesque. In less than 2 hours, it had become a scene of hell. The sea was monstrous, and the lava was surging. They could barely communicate with the people in other places of the Cloud Continent. They only heard that the situation was even worse. Now, they couldn't even confirm how many people were still alive, and they didn't know how many people had died. How could they solve this terrible situation? Cheer up, it's too early to despair. Yun Nuashing patted the little black snake's shoulder and woke him up from his confused state. She said softly, "There must be a way. Now, we just need to keep moving forward. Persevere, and we will see everything that we want to see. Whether it's to see the end or to see the person behind the scenes, as long as we keep moving forward, we will see." But Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked into the distance. His vision crossed countless distances and layers of terrain before finally pointing at the Gangyuan land. In this paradise created by endless nightmares, it wasn't as easy to go down as one would think. That was the only thing that could be said for now. Ji Shuiyan, who was nestled in his arms, suddenly blinked her eyes and pulled Yun Nuashing's face with her little hand. "Big brother, I have something to tell you. I just heard it." Daddy said that they have gathered in the ice domain. If you can, he wants you to go there too. They? What do they mean? Oh, it's those people on the cloud continent that I've always heard about. The superpowers gathered to discuss what to do. Do they really understand what's happening and what they have to do now? Yun Nuashing stroked his long hair and sighed. Here we go again. Sighing endlessly, he was dying again. The world was in turmoil, and the world was changing drastically. It was normal for them to gather together in order to gather their strength. But with the current situation, he didn't know if they could finish talking in a few sentences. He still had to plan the next move and meet with those people to discuss. No. His head was going to split open. Tisk, supporting his forehead with his palm, he messed up his bangs and rubbed his eyes with all his might. Yun Nuashing shook his head, and his voice suddenly became weak, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked away. So, sleepy, Ji Shuiyan saw that something was wrong with him and quickly jumped down from him. Jing Yuanji supported him from the side. Is the after effect of forcefully using the origin relic showing? Yun Nuashing covered his eyes and nodded. After a while, he slowly put down his hand. Are we going now? Ji Shuiyan was supporting him from the other side. She hesitated for a moment before replying softly, Daddy, and the others seemed to be fighting in the same place. Now that the situation has stabilized, they will go directly to the ice domain. Phew. Yun Nuashing sighed. Hui, get up. We have to go to the ice domain. Now. Must it be now? Under the small pillar of creation, Hui reluctantly bounced up from the ground and yawned like him. I can't get up, but we have to get up. Looking at the current situation, we really need to talk to the people of the cloud continent. We can't get in touch with the outside world, so we can only rely on the strength we have now to fight. How can this little strength be enough to fight? I've decided. In the future, when we go out to investigate something, even if it's in the Order Void, we have to bring a large group of people. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. This guy also has a day like this. Who asked him to act cool and only use a little? But now there's no way to draw too much power from the void sealing circle. At this moment, they are using the elite force. If they draw more power, they're afraid that if the Abyss Death Mist suddenly attacks, they won't be there. Forget it. My brain is about to explode. I won't think about that for now. Oh, right. When you come, help me bring those few origin relic that can be moved. Hui exclaimed. He was so scared that he became excited. Don't phone. We just did that. And you're already going to do this. Don't. Need must. As soon as these 4 words came out, Huey's cheeks flushed. His mouth opened and closed for a while. Suddenly, he shouted into the soul transmission. Everyone, get up. Let's put aside the rest for now. Bring Feng's origin relic and go to the ice domain. Yes, The people scattered all over the place habitually responded. Then they suddenly reacted. Their expressions were as miserable as the frost in June. There was another wave of wailing and howling in the soul transmission. Lord Phone, your Lord Guan Hui, stop howling. I want to go too. It's annoying. Just as well, all of you come too. Everyone. Okay. They felt that their bodies were hollowed out. But since the two lords dragged their tired minds and got up, they could only follow suit. The ice domain. Before they reached the gate, the north wind blew and the bone-chilling cold air blew. Yun Nuoshing and the others almost fell down. This temperature is too bad. They're about to fall asleep in this cold wind. The land of winter shrouded in endless darkness was as dark and cold as ever. The cold wind was mixed with a disgusting aura. Other than that, there didn't seem to be anything else. Yun Nuoshing and Hui looked at each other and sighed. This was probably the first time in history that they had to meet so many people in such a bad mental state. And now, let alone being energetic, they couldn't even muster up any energy. They should be looking for trouble, right? Forget it. What's the point of hesitating so much? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and walked forward. It just so happens that I have a lot to complain about. This is the Cloud Continent, not the realm of the gods. This is their world. Our own world has been raided, and we still have to save the day. In an instant, a trace of spirit rose up in everyone. Their bodies were burning with a hot aura, the accumulation of fatigue, and Yun Nuoshing's fire ignited the fire of resentment. Their expressions became ferocious and distorted, and the whistling cold wind brought with it the mournful cries of demons from hell. Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He didn't have the face to receive guests. Now that the fire was extinguished, they all looked like they were here to cause trouble. I hope nothing bad will happen. We couldn't help but sigh and followed them into the ice domain. Chapter 1634. The scene in the ice domain did not change much. The huge energy barrier and the energy rune array had blocked the impact of the non-order energies. The place was peaceful and normal for the time being. The sunny day in the ice domain had been replaced by absolute darkness and endless coldness. Even the surface of the ice had been dyed black by the reflection of the dark, flowing sky. After arriving at the ice domain, Ji Shuiyan led Yun Nuoshing and the others to the huge temple that they could see upon entering, although they had already expected to go to that place. When they looked up at the temple, even at such a serious moment, there was still a lazy atmosphere coming from the temple, which made them speechless. Couldn't they just lie down on the table while discussing inside? They were really very sleepy. The atmosphere in the ice region was rather solemn. One could feel the tense atmosphere of preparing for battle coming from everywhere. Traces of personnel movements and preparations for battle flashed past. They did not stop midway and quickly arrived at the temple. They followed the little girl to the main temple. What do you think they will say? Hui poked Yun Nuoshing's arm and whispered in her soul. Who knows? Yun Nuoshing shook her head. But from the first sentence they say, we can tell how much they know about the current situation. The life aura in the main temple was mixed and rich. It was a phenomenon caused by a group of people of similar realms gathering together. It was the same as a group of people from the heavenly realm gathering in a room for a meeting. The little girl pressed her hands on the door of the main temple and turned back to look at Yun Nuoshing. A little nervous, she whispered, Ugh, big brother, you won't quarrel, right? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Why do you say that? I have a feeling. The little girl turned her head and whispered, It's like how the people who know everything look down on the ignorant masses. Howren did not know what the girl had imagined in such a short time to make her say such things. Well, he himself could not tell if they would quarrel or not. They were in a terrible state right now, and their mentality was not much better. The current situation was terrible. They could not contact the void blockade, could not call for reinforcements, and had to deal with an enemy that they could only judge to be extremely powerful. They only had less than 60 people, and with several factors weighing down on them, it could be said that they came with a very irritable mentality. If the negotiation went well, it might be peaceful, but if it went badly, it might not be as simple as flipping the table. As for why it was only 20 people, and not all of them, nonsense, there were a lot of things to deal with in the Yunduan continent. Even if it was to let them have absolute control of the situation, it was impossible to let everyone give up on the things that needed to be dealt with and come for a meeting. About half of the people were already giving them face. It was up to them whether they wanted it or not. Try to be nice. I can't guarantee the rest. Yun Nuashing shrugged and yawned. The little girl murmured and gently pushed the door open. Then she took a deep breath and took the lead to walk through the door. Yun Nuashing and the others followed closely behind. The door opened, revealing a spacious and well-lit hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was also shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. More than 30 people were waiting in the room at the moment. More than 10 people were sitting, and more than 10 people were standing behind them. It felt like the commander-in-chief and the deputy commander-in-chief were all present. The atmosphere in the hall was already abnormal. At this moment, when the closed door suddenly opened, it became even more dignified. Everyone turned and locked their eyes in the direction of the door. The first to appear in their line of sight was the little princess of the ice domain, whom they were unfamiliar with but recognized. Following closely behind was a group of people with gloomy faces and emotions that were obviously in a weak state of restlessness. Their expressions and the way they strode and felt like they were about to rush up and flip the table and start cursing. Everyone was a little stunned. They had already tried their best to change their expressions, but that was all they could do. Even the young man who had been sunny for thousands of years, after putting on a sunny smile for a few minutes, collapsed before he could walk into the hall. His face was gloomy. Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked around the hall. The light released by the energy barely dispelled the darkness that descended during the time of extreme darkness. There was not much decoration in the hall. It was obvious that this area was not used often. Many things were temporarily arranged. Then there was the huge table, and the person sitting on the table. Cough. Not in order. They were people she did not know, 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 people she did not know. Therefore, instead of having a meeting with them, it was better to have Ji Hanshao have a meeting with them, and they could have a private chat with Ji Hanshao. What was the point of having a meeting with a group of strangers? Wouldn't it be better to let him rest and recover his strength? Although Ji Hanshao definitely knew this group of strangers, they were still a group of people in power in the Cloud Continent. Even if they weren't familiar with each other, they would definitely have met each other or at least heard of each other's names. That didn't seem to be the case. Boom. As soon as they entered, someone they didn't know slammed the table and stood up, glaring at them, and Hui. "It's you. How dare you come here?" Hui was stunned by the sudden stare. He glanced at the middle-aged man, who slammed the table and stood up. He recognized his angry hairstyle and slightly distinctive clothing. After a moment, he said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Who are you? You know me?" The middle-aged man in luxurious blue robes was so angry that he laughed. The energy in his body was rioting. "Not long ago, you turned the cloud continent upside down. This time, you actually dare to break into the ice region. Who gave you the courage?" Part of the memory was vague and fragmented, especially when something of great importance happened. What was happening now would occupy most of the capacity of the brain. The remaining part would only pay attention to the past in a slightly delayed time, but it did not mean that they had forgotten it. After being yelled at by the middle-aged man, all the people in the hall turned their attention to Hui. Then, they looked at the group of people behind him. Their expressions changed slightly, and a faint hostility suddenly rose in the hall. Hui still couldn't remember. They came here with their real faces. Since they were recognized, it could only prove that they were people who had an impression of them the last time they came. Even if he couldn't figure out who the middle-aged man was, he knew how he knew him. He couldn't help but smile faintly. "Oh, you're one of those people, right? I'm sorry, but I still can't remember who you are." After all, in the experience of being chased by 80,000 people, other than running, I didn't have much of an impression. Even if you rushed to the front and were thrown out by me, I might not remember who you are. Hui smiled faintly. Ji Hanshao pondered for a moment and also fished out the key information from the fragmented memory. He couldn't help but let out a sound of realization. At this point, if he still couldn't remember, he was really old. He was also at the scene of the big battle, but only a few people from the ice region were present. He personally went to the front line and happened to see Hui. He didn't recognize Hui when he came to the ice region last time. He probably used some method to obstruct his recognition. "You." The middle-aged man glared at Hui angrily. If this wasn't the ice region, he might have already jumped out and slapped Hui. "You brought your people to the cloud continent again. If you want to start a war, we are not afraid of you." "War?" Hui sneered and shook his head helplessly with his hand on his forehead. He looked at him indifferently, as well as everyone else present. "Don't tell me that you think I'm really afraid of you because you chased us away last time. Although I'm just a shield in front, it's not difficult to deal with 80,000 inferior people like you. The reason why you're still sitting here is because there's no need for that little fight." And Hui waved his hand and pulled out 2 chairs. He didn't care about everyone's hostile gazes and sat down without permission. "And because you're all from the lawful faction, if you plan to attack us at this moment, I don't mind first." Seeing Huey's slightly arrogant and slightly disdainful expression, the middle-aged man and the others all frowned. This fellow's arrogant attitude really annoyed them. They didn't know why the master of the ice region would invite them over to discuss such a big matter. "All right, now's not the time to talk about this." Ji Hanshao stood up and changed the topic. If he didn't say anything, they would definitely quarrel today. "I know about what happened last time. I was there too. I've always had some doubts about this. So in order to let the people from the ice region fight, what I'm going to say next might let you know what I'm puzzled about. But before that," he cupped his fist and bowed to Hui and the others. Everyone was shocked. "Allow me to arrogantly apologize to you on behalf of everyone for what happened before. Hui Jun, I'm sorry for using force to expel you before the matter was settled or even fully understood. We saw that he didn't hesitate and was slightly stunned. The strongest person in the Cloud Continent had said so, and he still had to continue talking about important matters. He said, "Since you've said so, let's put this matter aside for now." Hui Jun is magnanimous. Ji Hanxiao smiled. After Hui Gang finished speaking, he let out a big yawn. Wen Yun Nuoshing and the rest saw this. Their cheeks also trembled. More than 20 people yawned together, causing the cheeks of everyone in the hall to redden. This group of people really came here to cause trouble, right? The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, as if he didn't plan to give up. We saw this and sighed. I say, you should at least understand the situation clearly. When it's necessary to say something, and when it can be put aside, it's impossible that you can't tell. Last time, you mobilized such a large force, but did we kill anyone? I've already said so much. Can you still not understand? If you can't, we're leaving. We stood up as he spoke. Yun Nuoshing also slowly stood up from her chair. The middle-aged man saw this and said in a low voice, "Wait, I still don't believe you, but this matter can be discussed later." I was too impulsive. Yun Nuoshing, who was already in a semi-conscious state, was about to leave the chair. We pulled him back again and pressed him onto the chair. He slapped his face and made him raise his head and close his eyes to rest. Xing LV and the others saw that they were all seated properly. Only then did they disperse and stand behind the two of them. We said, "That's good. Now let's get down to business. First, I'll ask, how much do you know about order, void, non-order, or chaos?" This question is also related to the arrangements and plans for the future, so try to be clear. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Ji Hanxiao frowned slightly. This opening question was already a headache, and he had only touched a little. Void is the chaotic place before all spaces were born. Ahem, Hanxiao, I can hear that you've tried. You're quite a pioneer, but this answer still makes me worried. Hui waved his hand to stop Ji Hanxiao from answering. The latter could not help but smile bitterly. Second question, what's happening in Union Continent to you? It seems like the abnormal energy hidden under Union Continent suddenly exploded and caused serious damage to Union Continent. Third question, where are the people from King's Palace? Ji Hanxiao's eyebrows twitched. They haven't responded. The inside and outside of Gangyuan Continent are completely isolated, so we don't know what's happening inside. Maybe they're thinking of a way out. Hui slapped his head, and Yun Nuoshing's head tilted to one side. He went from resting with his head tilted to a semi-paralyzed state. The group of people behind him also covered their faces and sighed. Their faces were distorted. Ji Hanxiao also scratched his head, awkwardly. Only the second answer barely passed. What are you trying to say? The middle-aged man's face was filled with anxiety. I want to say, Hui rubbed his eyes and was short of breath. In this war, you can already be listed in the list of casualties. Don't worry, I don't plan to quarrel, at least not now. I'm just stating a fact. And this fact is not your fault. There's nothing we can do about it. Hui sighed. It was probably because Union Continent was in Black Nest, or maybe Union Continent was Black Nest itself. It was isolated and completely isolated, so the people of Union Continent did not understand the concepts of order, void, and non-order. They had not reached the stage where they could see through the problematic king's palace. The enemy had all the advantages, so there was nothing to be done. Even if there was a miracle, there was nothing to be done. If they were not here, it would really be over. King's Palace is the mastermind behind this. Based on the information we received, this is the case. We found many energy wells in King's Palace's June thrones all over Union Continent. Their purpose is to nurture the dark energy that is wreaking havoc all over the world. Although the source is not clear, this is the only thing that is 100% credible. After all, we destroyed their king's June thrones and energy wells. With your status, I'm sure you know that a group of people who can't even be seen wiped out all the king's palace's palace. Everyone looked at each other. This information was really hard to believe in such a short time. King's Palace had existed on Union Continent for so long. I believe what Hui Jun said. Ji Hanshao nodded. And what I want to say is also related to King's Palace. The information that was suddenly relayed to everyone here, including my ice region, was targeted at Hui Jun. It also came from King's Palace. I always felt that this information was problematic. It was too targeted and too absolute. Yun Nuoxing was suddenly energized. He placed his hands on the table and asked, "What's the specific content of the information?" Ji Hanshao turned to look at him and said word by word seriously, "People from beyond the heavens. They're the disaster that destroyed Union Continent." "So, you're treating us as those strange people from beyond the heavens?" Hui Jun's expression froze. This was not right. Ji Hanshao nodded. At first, I felt that something was wrong. When I saw you on the battlefield that day, although I felt a faint, different aura from you, it definitely didn't belong to the power from beyond the heavens. It could be someone from the lower continent. That was my judgment. So when they insisted and sent out the same information 17 times in a row, he spread his hands. What happened after that happened before he could stop it in time. The only thing he could do was to go to the battlefield and take a look from afar. Then, he led the people from the ice region who acted without permission and left the battlefield. Adding on the fact that we lost all contact with King's Palace this time, it's indeed very suspicious. But compared to them, we feel that you're more problematic. Someone said, "We're unable to confirm which lower continent you're from." About this, we should have a chance to talk about it. However, this matter really has nothing to do with us. Anyway, I've already said it. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Hui Jun replied vaguely. Hui responded vaguely. He tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. Their eyes flashed with complicated energy. The direction of this matter was beginning to become strange. The king's palace seemed to be hiding more things that they did not know but were more deadly. Yun Nuoxing continued to raise his head and close his eyes to rest. The irritation in his heart was rising rapidly. Now he just wanted to find a place to rest and settle down to organize his thoughts. Yun Nuoxing's tiredness and rising irritation caused the atmosphere in the hall to change slightly. Everyone who sensed it looked at him attentively. However, after a while, they looked at Hui and Ji Hanshao. The latter was also curious when they saw him like this. Ji Shuiyan, who was beside him, saw her father's confusion. She whispered a few words in his ear, and Ji Hanshao understood. "So, what do you plan to do now?" Knowing that Feng was already impatient to a certain extent, we once again brought the topic back. You know about King's Palace and the location of the enemy. I think you should know about the current state of Cloud Continent. You know how bad it is and how complicated it is. In the darkest time of Cloud Continent's millions of years, how do you plan to solve it? You're the ones in power. We're responsible for pouring cold water on you. As for whether you can't stand the cold or shiver from the cold, but endure it, it depends on your tolerance. Sarcastic words. This sentence was full of sarcastic words. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Ji Hanshao almost spat out a mouthful of ice water. His face was red from holding it in. How else can we solve it? The middle-aged man stood up and looked around. He said in a deep voice, "This is our world. Take control of the current territory and gather all the forces to save this world and end everything. Our justice will win." Zhang. Ah. Huey's smile froze. His face was full of disbelief. Was this guy's brain fried? Puffed. Ha. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. A crazy laughter that contained endless irritation suddenly echoed in the hall. It made Hui and the others tremble. Oh no, it's out of control. Yun Nuoshing stood up with a bang. The chair under him was sent flying by the irritable energy and smashed a big hole in the wall. His face was ferocious and crazy. His eyes that reflected reincarnation stared at the middle-aged man. Save this world? Huh. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? The crazy laughter stopped abruptly. Yun Nuoshing's low murmur echoed in the hall. Every syllable made the void, and the void fluctuate. His sudden voice stunned everyone. Just listening to his voice made their hearts tremble uncontrollably. Yun Nuoshing's figure flashed fiercely and appeared in front of the middle-aged man. His eyes were filled with endless madness as he stared at the middle-aged man. That pair of eyes almost banished the middle-aged man's soul into the cycle of reincarnation. A crazy roar, accompanied by hundreds of echoes, struck the souls of everyone present. Look into my eyes, bastard. This is the war between order and chaos. There is no redemption, no salvation, no hope in this war. There is only the reality of eternal slaughter and madness. You're talking about salvation. In front of me, you can't save anyone. You can't protect anyone. Here, this is the battlefield of madness and death, the permanent node that continues the Yuan realm. Stepping into this place is only allowed to have the awareness of certain death and endless madness and destruction. People with other wills don't even deserve to have death and reincarnation. You dare to step into the battlefield with such naive fairy tale thoughts. I will first sink you and the world you want to save and protect into nothingness and completely destroy you. You will never be reincarnated. The crazy roar that directly hit the soul heavily hit every part of the body with the will of the descent of death. The faces of the people in the hall turned pale. Just this roar alone almost made them fall into reincarnation. Her beautiful face that was filled with madness and malevolence slowly recovered. Yun Nuoshing stood up and looked down at the middle-aged man with dull eyes indifferently. With a flash, she floated towards the direction of the main door. Her cold voice sounded again. I thought it was just an undeniable ignorance. I thought you would understand after seeing each other in the concept layer of laws. I thought, salvation? You won't be able to save anyone. You'll only cause your own death and everyone else's. You think you're saving and acting on your own, but in the end, you won't get anything. You'll only lose everything. You think this is your justice? You're fighting for your own justice. You're shouting about salvation and redemption. This is a battlefield of justice that belongs to you. That's just your own wishful thinking. There's no justice in this war. There's no justice or redemption. People who have these thoughts, bang. The heavy sound of the door slamming echoed throughout the hall, making everyone's soul tremble violently again. At the same time, it also made everyone come back to their senses. Unknowingly, their clothes were soaked in sweat. Just now, all of them felt the aura of death. Half of their bodies felt the atmosphere of death. Jing Yuanji was stunned for a moment. She quickly opened the door and chased out. They had to appease this explosive and flammable person. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that he would not do something to vent his anger. Chapter 1635. The whole place was silent. No one knew what had just happened. Before they could react, they saw him suddenly become crazy and violent. He was so violent that he seemed to be about to destroy everything. When they faced him, it was like facing the incarnation of madness and endless darkness. His aura and aura were enough to drag everyone into the darkest abyss and be annihilated. Even if he had already slammed the door and left, he could not recover from the shock of death so quickly. He also rubbed his face in annoyance. What kind of time was this? Was this person a fool? Was he stupid? He had already reached such a realm. At such a time, in such a situation, he still dared to mention the word save in his heart. Did he really think that he was a savior who could save the world, a partner of justice, cursing everything in the world, cursing? Then what should he do next? Did he have to sacrifice everything first, sacrificing his companions, sacrificing his own people, and then sacrificing himself? In the end, he would end up losing everything. He would not be able to protect anything, not even a trace of air in his hands. In the void, the dissipated energy of such a person could fill up half of the void. Therefore, everything that was involved could fill up the other half of the void. This peak of the realm of origin was really a waste. Damn, the more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Seeing Feng slamming the door and leaving, he also wanted to slam the door and leave. He was such a stupid guy. Hiss, hold it in. He could not leave now. First, he had to put on a smile, and then suppress the group of violent killers behind him. Waving his hand behind him, he asked everyone to calm down. He took a deep breath and put on a fake, half-dark smile on his face. He said lightly, "Well, although I expected it, I did not expect it to be so fast. Feng is in a bad mood and is a little irritable. Please forgive him." Huey's half-black face turned completely black in an instant. He smiled faintly and said, "But that's the truth. You can have any prejudice against us. You can distrust us. You can treat our words like farts. Of course, you can also treat your countless hours of cultivation as if you fed it to a dog. This has nothing to do with us." Just as Maple said, "I also thought that after you saw those things in the concept layer, well, at the very least, you should have maxed out your ability to recognize half of the leopard through a tube. I just didn't expect that after seeing those things, you could still be so confident and calm and say those words with such vigor as if they were a hot knife cutting through butter. I never, ever, ever, ever thought that you could say those words with such confidence." Hui suddenly scolded. That energy destroyed most of the structural rules of the cloud continent in an instant. Stupid beep. The collapse reaction that followed almost made the entire continent run towards destruction. With this level of order power in this world, it can only be suppressed by the dark energy. Even if you can't recognize it, you should be able to recognize it by looking at the speed of the cloud continent's collapse. If I give you 5 minutes, do you think you have the ability to destroy the cloud continent to its current state without even showing your face? Do you think you have the ability to destroy the cloud continent to its current state without even showing your face? Then, do you think you have the ability to suppress the cloud continent to the extent that it is now without even showing your face? Yes, I admit that this is because they have all the advantages. That's why the current situation is happening. No one knew how many years they had been hiding in the cloud continent. But weren't you one of the rulers of this world? They had been trying their best to refine the evil water, and they had left a clear mark on your face, but no one had noticed it. Do you think that this world is too peaceful and too comfortable, so your realm is still at the peak of the source realm, but your brain has already run to a place below the sky god realm to avoid the heat? Stupid beep. The situation has already reached such a state. I already said that it's the darkest time, and you still want to save it. I'll save you, beep, Mike, beep. God's realm. Yuanshir's realm. God's generation's language. The moment these two words were said, the chess game had already exploded and spiraled into the sky. It had already collapsed to the point that even the void couldn't save it. I'll save you, stupid. Do you want to go out and beat me up now so that you can see the violence of the void and order? Hui didn't know why he was so irritable. In short, he was full of anger. Perhaps it was because he was too tired and didn't have time to rest. Then, he even came here to be bullied. He knew that he hadn't seen many people explode like this in history. That, Hui Jun. Jihan Shao raised his trembling hand and tried to speak calmly. Restrain your aura. Calm down. Otherwise, we won't be able to talk later. Shui Yin was almost scared to tears by their aura. It seemed that even though she was familiar with them, she hadn't seen them get angry before. Hui was stunned. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw everyone's stunned expressions. He was wondering why there wasn't any reaction when he started scolding them. He accidentally released his Yuansher's aura, so he pressed down on everyone's faces and scolded them crazily. He didn't even allow them to talk back. Phew, Hui let out a long sigh of relief. After the silent hall calmed down, for 5 minutes, he waved for everyone to be on standby, opened the door, and walked out of the hall. Then, together with Jing Yuanji, he dragged a grumpy observer back to the hall, pressed him down on the seat, and let out a long sigh of relief. Then continue. Mister, please shut up. If you don't clean up the innocent fairy tale thoughts in your mind, or if you haven't recognized the current situation, please don't speak rashly. There is an explosion with the word unstable in front, an emotion called unable to contain, and a situation called abandoning everything. Then let me ask you again. In this situation, how far is the distance between life and death? Well, I know you can't answer, but the answer is that there is no distance. Right now, all of us are dead people, so please recognize all of this first, list all the matters in your mind, arrange a more suitable answer, and use it to brainwash yourself dozens of times before you speak. If for some reason you ignite the topic again, we can only physically silence you. Where were we? Jihan Shao. How should we deal with the current situation when abandoning everything? Let the topic jump a little. This was to avoid a minefield, so it wasn't a big problem. Furthermore, for a short period of time, no one would dare to speak. So, Hui Jun really didn't contribute at all in the previous battle. 80,000 people chased after less than 60 people, and there wasn't a single casualty. However, based on what happened just now, if he released his aura, it was still a problem how many of those 80,000 people could come back. Oh. Hui nodded. The Gangyuan is the most important battlefield. We have to go there to hold the line. This way, I'll leave the concept layer to you guys. The two battlefields can only start at the same time. If one side is forced into a corner, the other side will enter the same state. The battle will change at any time. What's wrong? Feng, did you think of something? Yun Nuoxing waved her hand to interrupt him. Hui and Jihan Shao both turned their heads and saw that a certain person had calmed down a little. They heaved a sigh of relief. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head to look at Hui and said, "Between you and me, one has to suppress the Gangyuan, and the other has to help the concept layer." Then it's more or less decided. With this arrangement, I can only go to the Gangyuan. Hui scratched his head. Yun Nuoxing shook her head lightly. You go to the concept layer, and I'll go to the Gangyuan. The existence there requires all of the origin power to fight. Huey's expression suddenly changed, and his voice became low again. You've already determined that the situation is so serious? What's the accuracy? Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and raised her head. Her gaze pierced through the ceiling of the hall and saw the completely dark sky outside. 100%. Why do I feel that there's no way to revive the dead this time? Indeed, it's very difficult. Yun Nuoxing nodded gently and heaved a sigh of relief. She rubbed her forehead and eyes to refresh herself and began to sort out the information for Hui. The world created by the god of origin. the location of the relic of origin, the suspected suppressed non-order energy that is related to the relic of origin, the non-order energy that is almost the same level as the origin and annihilation energy, and almost 80% of the non-order energy is converging towards the Gangyuan. The energy used to destroy the Yunduan continent might only be 20%, and at most 30%. If there's no accident, the people from King's Palace should have the same level of understanding as Han Xiao. They should be able to tell that we don't belong to the Yunduan continent. I think something big has happened. Hui was dumbfounded. Could it be that there's something behind King's Palace that's controlling all of this? If that's the case, someone who can instantly understand where we belong, which means that our original body doesn't belong to the Yunduan continent and is related to origin. Isn't this going to be over? Speaking of which, there's someone at this level. Could it be that they're like Jingyun and the others and have survived for some reason? It's not human. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. After sorting out the information in a short period of time, the uneasiness in his heart had already reached its peak. Yun Nuoxing crossed her hands and rubbed them lightly. The substantial light in her eyes flickered. There's something I haven't told you guys. It should be just a guess. Because there aren't many of them, there's no way to confirm it. Now, we can basically confirm it. Hui, have you lined up the following things? My annihilation energy, the demon shadow seen in the graveyard of gods and demons, and the non-order energy at this very moment. Hui. What the F? *CK. There's already a third type of energy that's comparable to the origin energy. The first two types can basically be confirmed to have appeared on the battlefield 11 eras ago. What we've discovered now can't be confirmed, but I don't think there's a need to confirm it. Hui. You're not going to say that there are many types of energy similar to the annihilation energy, or that there are many types of demon shadows, right? Yun Nuoxing raised her head and looked him in the eye. Perhaps it's the same as the origin heavenly god, but the position is reversed. Huey's expression froze. His whole body slid under the table. When he climbed up, his face was already pale. So that's how it is. The smallest even number can't be seen as a rule and theorem, so there's no way to completely confirm it. It can only be suspected. However, now that there's a third one, this can be considered a certainty. How do we deal with it? Play with our lives. Chances of winning. 1 in a trillion. You first, or I first? I'll go first. Walk slowly and wait for us on the road. It'll be very crowded at this time. I have to lead the way first, so I can't wait for you on the road. However, I can wait for you at the end. Jihan Xiao, walking together on the path of reincarnation. The next life won't be lonely. Well, that's the situation anyway. It's a situation where death is certain. No matter how they deal with it, it's basically impossible. If everything was lined up, what they had to deal with was an existence that was comparable to the origin heavenly god, but completely opposite in nature. This group of people would basically be lining up to die. Even if they were in the realm of Yuanshi, they couldn't do anything about it. Well, take it easy. Hui patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. There were a few times when he wanted to laugh, but in the end, he could only put on a broken smile. Perhaps. Sigh, there's no perhaps, but we can't accept our fate. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, the gloominess on her face faded away. She smiled slightly. That's true. Although the outcome is clear, it's not the time to accept our fate. Jihan Xiao. That, Fengjun, Huijun, what are you talking about? We're discussing the issue of dying first and dying later. So, Hui smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Suddenly, he was stunned. Yun Nuoxing was stunned as well. The two of them recovered from the atmosphere at the same time. They looked at Ji Han Shao and said excitedly, "Perhaps there's still hope." Eh, eh. Ji Han Shao trembled under their fiery gazes. What hope? What do we have to do? He only heard about dying. Just as they said, in this situation, they would only discuss about dying or how to die. If they didn't have this awareness, they wouldn't be able to participate in this war. Well, that was all he heard. He didn't understand anything else. Ancient relics, Hui said excitedly. He turned to Yun Nuoshing. Feng, if we collect all the origin relics, Yun Nuoshing nodded. Then I'll have to die alone. That's right. Only, Hui nodded excitedly. Then he was stunned. You don't really think that you'll get a perfect ending if you get all the origin relics, do you? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly as he poked Huey's head, his hands folded over each other as he gently rubbed them. It can be determined that the demonic shadow that exists here, or that energy will of the chaos energy, is suppressed and sealed here by the origin relic. However, it is still a life form of that level. Even if all of the origin energy and the origin relic were to bet, the best result would be mutual destruction, a 30% chance. After all, it is of that level, and the difference between heaven and earth. Furthermore, it had been brewing for who knows how many years to escape. Even if that's what I mean. Hui Jun, Ji Han Shao interrupted this strange topic. He frowned and said, "Ancient relics. Although Feng Jun can handle ancient relics, can ancient relics release power? Won't that cause? That's the most important question." Hui waved his hand and nodded. Ancient origin spirit. That's what you call it here, right? That's why you call the relics they left behind ancient relics. But forget it. I'll put it simply. I won't explain too much. Hui reached out and patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. As the direct heir of the ancient origin spirit, Feng Jun can use the power of ancient relics. It's very difficult, but it's a trump card that can be used. No, it's a trump card that must be used. It's probably the only way. A few days ago, you felt violent energy fluctuations all over the continent. It's actually because he's subduing and activating ancient relics. Every energy fluctuation means that he's playing with his life. After all, to Feng Jun, even if he's the direct heir, it doesn't mean that there's no danger at all when he comes into contact with ancient relics. It's something that belongs to them, to us and other life forms other than them. The existence of ancient relics is a disaster. It's a static disaster. Even Feng Jun would cause such a destructive disturbance when he comes into contact with it. If it's someone else, just look at what happened tens of millions of years ago. Those people who wanted to obtain power that belonged to them ended up suffering the consequences of their own actions. Ji Han Shao said, "So that's what happened. That's why you've been collecting ancient relics. The Yunduan continent that you're in is a space created by the ancient origin spirit, the heavenly god of origins. They left the ancient relics here to seal the person behind the scenes in the king's palace. After a long time, although the relics left behind by the heavenly god of origins won't be damaged by the erosion of time, it's probably because it's been maintaining the seal for a long time. The energy gradually decreased, and it gradually entered a state of deep sleep. It lost most of its power to maintain the seal, so it escaped. Perhaps it hasn't completely escaped yet. It should still be under control, but it won't be very seriously affected." Hui let out a long sigh. "The other things are, as you guessed. We're not from the Yunduan continent, nor are we from the lower continent. We're from the outside world. There's a barrier that you need to cross. The world you're in is within our control. Due to the abnormal movements, you broke into our security area, so we sensed that something was wrong. Then we came to investigate, but we were chased out by you." Ahem. Ji Han Shao was speechless. "We belong to order, and it belongs to non-order, which is chaos. The two camps have been opposing each other since the birth of the world. Even when we sensed the abnormality in the Yunduan continent and came here to fight, it's also part of the war between order and chaos in the entire world. It's just a small splash, but it contains a lot of things. The two camps have nothing to do with right or wrong. They're fighting because they exist here. If we're chaos beings, we'll sweep the Yunduan continent instead. That's what it means. The coexistence of the two only exists on a small scale. Among the people we know, there's a small number of them who are chaos beings. They're all very special examples. It's because they chose order that we can coexist. As for the bigger picture, forget it. Even if we think about it, they won't think about it, so there's no need to think too much about it. The battle between the two has lasted for 51 eras. It has nothing to do with preferences or other things. It's just because it's how it is. It's as if it's decided by the void, and the void of the great Yuan realm. We let out a long sigh. If you can understand this, you should know why we were so irritable just now. Ahem, I'm sorry. I was too rash just now. In order to create a platform for the Yunduan continent to stand on, we've exhausted all our mental and physical strength. When we came here, we weren't in a good state, and our emotions were unstable. So I'm sorry. Yun Nuoshing looked at the people who were still in a half-daze and nodded. I'm sorry. However, just like what I've said just now, that kind of beautiful fantasy will not work. With that kind of thought, with the thought of saving everything, in the end, nothing can be done. Even we have to fight with the will to die. We have to fight nonstop and hang on. Not to save anyone, but to save our own lives that have slipped into the abyss, to save this world that is about to be destroyed from the brink of chaos. Even if it's for ourselves, we have to do it. We have to put ourselves beyond redemption and fight with our backs against the wall. If we don't do that, we won't be able to win, cutting off all means of retreat, disregarding everything, and turning defeat into victory. That is the foundation of the Order faction, the faction that we are in right now. Hui yawned and quickly said, That's how it is. We're almost at our limit. The stable platform can support us for a while, but it won't last forever. For now, let's focus on collecting the relics of origins. We'll do our best. Please do us a favor. By the way, is there an empty room nearby? Can I borrow it for a rest? While he was in a daze, he arranged for Shui Yen to lead Yun Nuoshing and the others to the temple to rest. As they left and the door closed, Ji Hanshao took a deep breath. They had received too much information in a short period of time, so they couldn't react at all. Now, they were still a little confused. The only thing they knew was that the current situation was very, very bad. They were in a situation of certain death. It was easy to say that they were fighting against death, but to force themselves into such a state was not something that could be done overnight. They didn't know how many years they had been fighting in such a state before they could get used to this mentality of treating everything in the world as nothingness. It didn't take too long to tidy up a few rooms in the shrine. Moreover, Yun Nuoshing and the others didn't really want to lie down and rest. They just wanted to find a quiet place to rest and recover the energy that they had just squandered in a short period of time. But it was also very necessary to recover their strength. Hui, Jingyuenji, and the others followed Yun Nuoshing into a room. They still had some things to discuss. It was better to talk face to face than to communicate through their souls. While they were helping to tidy up the empty room, Ji Shuiyan pulled Yun Nuoshing to the side. She carefully took out a snowflake made of ice from her waist token and handed it to the latter. Oh, big brother, this is for you. Probably because he was still a little unconscious, Yun Nuoshing's reaction was a little slow. He took the snowflake subconsciously when he heard her words. When he came to his senses and saw it clearly, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Ji Shuiyan with a little displeasure and asked, You made this? No, I accidentally left it behind in the past. Seeing that he was a little angry, the little girl waved her hand and lowered her head. She clasped her fingers together and said, I am also from the ice domain. I think I should help, but there is nothing I can do. I just want to give Big Brother a little help. Yin Nuashing sighed, squatted down, and patted the little girl's head. He comforted her. We all have our own mission. Your mission is to grow up happily. You just need to listen to the things here. If you understand it, take it as an eye-opener. If you don't understand it, don't pay too much attention to it. Seeing the little girl mumbling with her head down, Yun Nuashing smiled helplessly and said, I am very happy that you care about me. Thank you. Ji Shuiyin shook her small body slightly, her hands clutching her green skirt and mumbling. When she saw Yun Nuashing stand up, she suddenly said, Big Brother, can you see me clearly? Chapter 1636. Origin was a very mysterious phenomenon. It was something that could not be seen or explored. The great elemental realm, the void, the birth of life was always later than the birth of the cradle. No matter what kind of life it was, even the god of origin and the others, they only appeared after the birth of the great elemental realm. It was already a time phenomenon that could not be directly seen or touched. The only thing that could be replaced was the great samsara that happened once every 20 eras. When the great elemental realm woke up, that scene was more or less similar to the real origin of the great elemental realm. However, it was only similar and could not be completely the same. At the moment when the world was created, there was only a murky darkness between the heavens and earth. However, the darkness itself was also a phenomenon. At that time, it did not exist. There was nothing that could be observed. There was nothing that existed. It was just like a mixed pot of thick soup that was still desperately building what should exist in the future. Part of it floated on the surface of the soup, and part of it settled at the bottom. The two looked at each other from afar and no longer touched each other. This chaotic and meaningless ocean had two completely opposite extremes at the same time. Even so, it was not the only thing that was complete and unchangeable. It was a phenomenon that was still in the process of evolution, containing everything that could be described and indescribable in this world. Everything that could be described and indescribable in this world undulated in that ocean. And even though the two were completely separated, they would occasionally inadvertently come into contact with each other due to great winds and waves. They would confront each other, annihilate each other, or leave behind something that was in an even more inexplicable state. It was more or less such a simple phenomenon. Its existence was deliberately created by the will of this world itself. Therefore, the subsequent evolution would also follow this will to the only place. A voice that was mixed with chaos and annihilation suddenly sounded in the void. The great elemental realm had arrived, but some things had also arrived along with it. They were allowed to exist in this extremely empty place at the same time, just like when they were still in their mother's womb. They were separated by two places, facing each other from afar, and would never interact with each other. That's right. Now was not the time to elaborate on the creation of the great elemental realm. What he wanted to talk about was just some trivial matters related to order and non-order. He rambled on in his mind so much just to draw out the last part, which was the beginning of everything. Following that, with the strong winds and waves in the great elemental realm, they finally met each other one day. No one knew when it was. They had already existed before the will of life was born. When life observed them, order and chaos were already in a stalemate state of war. It was just that what was known and seen at the beginning was not a real war that could be observed with the naked eye. It was just two types of energy entangling, colliding, and annihilating each other. In the time that followed, they attached themselves to the void of reality and handed the task of carrying out the war to each other. The life, will, and energy that were derived from them replaced their pure selves in carrying out the endless war in this world. Fine, this was actually a beautified version. Order and chaos didn't have any orders, or missions to hand over. It was just that when they fought, they unintentionally dragged things that existed in the real world into it. Up until now, the battle between the two of them that only existed in concepts and the void had been brought into the real world. Once it started, there was no stopping it. The endless battle was unfolding without end, and everything was out of control. As for why he suddenly talked about this, that's right, why did he talk about this? It seemed that the little girl Ji Shuyan suddenly asked a strange question. His thoughts went wild uncontrollably, and half of the things that he thought about seemed to have nothing to do with the little girl's question. Alas, it wasn't the first time that he had let his thoughts run wild when he was tired. As for what the little girl had asked him, he didn't really want to ask that question. He didn't know how to answer it. He used the snowflake that Ji Shuyan gave him last time. If he didn't use it, he would have been killed in the void of illusion. Just like what the little girl told him at that time, he would know what thing she was after he used it. It was just that he didn't have the space in his mind to think about it. Ji Shuyan was still looking up at him. There was a hint of anticipation in her sparkling green eyes. It was as if she couldn't wait to let others know what she was, but she didn't want to explain everything herself. He could understand this feeling. There were some things that were better understood by oneself than by others. I know. I already know. I've known since then. I completely understand. Yun Nuoshing squatted down and patted the little girl's head. Although I don't know why you're so eager to let me know, no matter why, no matter what you want to do, you're you. To me, to your father, Ji Hanshao, Ji Shuyan is Ji Shuyan. There won't be any distortions because of other reasons. The little girl looked at him with her green eyes and giggled. Big brother, you're really good at talking. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. He's good at talking? No, little girl, you're wrong. He's the kind of person who doesn't talk nonsense when he's fighting. Hui and the rest are the ones who do the talking. He's just used to it because he knows too many non-human things. Even he himself is the same. What he said just now was just the views and thoughts of non-human things towards other non-human things. Perhaps it was mixed with a bit of pity and something else. It was just a habit. It wasn't to the extent that he could talk. But looking at the little girl's happy face, he felt that it was enough to just flash these words in his mind. There was no need to explain. Ji Shuyan swayed her body, and her green dress swayed. She seemed to want to do something. She kept looking up at Yun Nuoshing. This gaze made him feel a little surprised. It was as if she wanted him to do something. Hey, he had taken care of too many children. This gaze was too familiar. Do you want me to explain? Ji Shuyan pursed her lips and nodded gently. She lowered her head again. I've heard too many words like non-human, abnormal, strange, and so on. I've searched everywhere in panic. When I look back inadvertently, I still can't find anything other than the traces left by time. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly. He patted the little girl's head again and stroked her long hair. Unlike the non-human things around him, the little girl obviously hadn't met anyone who was slightly abnormal. Yes, normal people. Even in this world, those who were too abnormal would always be rejected. He just didn't expect that Ji Shuyan, the little princess of the ice domain, would also have such a little trouble. Concept, origin, creation, rule creation, origin, rule creation, this is you. From the moment you were born, these marks are a part of yourself that you can't get rid of. They are a part of you, a part of your body. However, as I said before, everything that the God of origin has, no matter what, is not a blessing from God when it falls into the hands of mortals. It is a test of fate that cannot be erased. Whether they did it deliberately or unintentionally, it has become a reality. It is useless to look into the cause of the past. What you need to do is to keep moving forward until you reach the end of origin. Yun Nuoxing's voice turned from gentle to slightly heavy. She was supposed to be an ordinary little girl, but her rule construct had the aura of the rule of origin, the power of Winchim's rule. The culprit that turned her into this was the relic of origin that was originally kept in her house. He could only speculate that when she was still in her mother's womb, the rule construct was still in a state of chaos, and the boundaries were not obvious. She was somehow tainted with the rule of origin, or when she was very young and her own rule construct had not completely solidified, she came into contact with the rule of origin, and a part of it was eventually replaced, resulting in her current appearance. But as he had just said, the process wasn't too important. He couldn't rashly judge whether the little girl who was chosen by the origins was lucky or unlucky. If she was one of the inheritors, he would probably make some arrangements. If she wasn't, that would be for the best. Fate or whatever, before it is revealed, before it is clearly observed, it is an unknown and blurry black fog. This is not some kind of self-deception, nor is it a distorted definition. It is a fact. Patting the little girl's head, Yun Nuoxing stood up. If you feel lost, just keep moving forward. Just don't keep moving forward to find the origin. Turn around and look at your future. Maybe it won't be as bad as you think. The little girl replied in a low voice. Perhaps she got the answer she wanted from him, or perhaps she was comforted. Big brother, don't you think I'm strange? That's an interesting question. Then let me ask you, the relic of origin that no one in the Yunduan continent can easily come into contact with has a second appearance on my body. I am more. I don't need to say this. Do you think I'm strange? Different from ordinary people, not normal people? Yun Nuoxing opened his arms and asked calmly. Ji Shuiyin raised her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing from head to toe. After a while, she said, you really don't look like a normal person, but I don't think you're strange. Then, that's my answer too. Yun Nuoxing nodded. You're just a little girl who is a little special. Other than that, there's no other meaning. Ji Shuiyin smiled happily when she heard this. It was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. It was a smile that was more meaningful than usual. I understand. Thank you, big brother. After saying that, the little girl bowed slightly to Yun Nuoxing. Then she ran out of the room like a wisp of smoke. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw her jumping and dancing. What an easy little girl to deal with. Can't she just smile like this? What's the point of thinking about those complicated things? There's no need to care about the strange existence in other people's eyes. You sent the little girl away. Seeing Yun Nuoxing close the door, we couldn't help but ask. I saw that she seemed to have something on her mind. Did she talk to you about it? Well, that's it. It's just a small matter. Yun Nuoxing nodded and gave a general idea of the matter. Hui and Jing Yuanji couldn't help but smile bitterly. This kind of thing was indeed a little too shocking for ordinary people. It was understandable that it wasn't accepted. When the little girl grew up and met other people, she would be, judging from the people she met now, it was almost the same. After talking about the little girl's matter, they went back to what they were going to face at the moment. Seeing Hui and Jing Yuanji sitting quietly with tea, he couldn't help but ask, Why? Are you waiting for me? The protagonist isn't at the table. What should we say? Hui took a sip of tea and rolled his eyes. Although we should pursue the matter of a certain silly girl running around restlessly even in the state of a seriously injured body, seeing that you have recovered and what we have to face now, let's forget about it first. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. He had dodged a bullet. Fortunately, the candlestick in the Buyun Academy had accidentally restored his state. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to quibble. He meant to explain. Don't be in a hurry, to be happy. Judging from the situation just now, the key this time is still with you. Hui rubbed the teacup with both hands. The land of spring. From the news I just heard, there are changes there again. Combined with the appearance of something similar to the spawn earlier, I guess you don't need to say what will happen. Is there something more powerful than the abyssal death misspawn? Yun Nuoshing muttered. If there was a tide of this level on the cloud continent, however, their numbers should not be so shocking. The reason why the abyssal death misspawn was endless was because its base camp was really very big. The endless army that took several eras to nurture and build had powerful regenerative abilities. Their numbers were also close to endless, and it was almost impossible to kill them all. He actually wanted to find out if the number of abyssal death misspawn that they killed every day was more than the number of abyssal death misspawn that they recovered. A group of army has joined forces with the Spectre, who is ready to make a move behind the scenes. Soldiers against soldiers, kings against kings. Unfortunately, we don't have enough people. Most of the pressure is probably on you. It's a very difficult battle, and the chances of winning are not particularly high. Hui said in a low voice. Perhaps his mood was affected, but now just looking at the situation made him a little depressed. As expected, nothing is easy when it comes to dealing with non-order. Yun Nuoshing calmly accepted it. Anyway, if he went all out, even the tide would quickly evaporate. But before that, we have to deal with the matter of the origin relics first. Although it was very straightforward just now in the hall, collecting all the origin relics is a disaster in itself. The origin relics have a resonance with each other. Their gathering is a variable, and it is difficult to predict and predict. Under such circumstances, to collect all of them, and we only have 2 months. At the worst, we might only have 1.5 months or less. If that's the case, on average, we will get 1 origin relic a day. We could not help but smile bitterly. I don't want to fight anymore. Just kill me. Yun Nuoshing's face was full of despair. It was known that the origin relics that were in a sealed, triggered, and released state would cause great damage to him. It would take a long time to deal with the sequelae caused by one of them. However, the origin relics in this state were very conspicuous and easy to find. The number of origin relics was also less. As for the other part, they were hidden deep in the mountains, forests, wilderness, and glaciers, pretending to be very serious garbage so that people would completely ignore their existence. They might not even be able to find one in a few days. It was already very rare for Hui and the others to find a few of them. Fight. We still have to fight. How can we stop fighting just like that? Huey's disappointed look quickly disappeared. He put on a serious poker face, swung his arm, and pointed at the sofa and table beside him. Let's go eat before we fight. Eat. Yun Nuoshing was startled. He turned his head, and his pretty face suddenly froze. On the table, there was a plate that looked like a plate, a cover that looked like a pot lid, a pair of chopsticks that looked like a spear, and a teapot for making tea. The point was that the tableware on the table made his origin energy stir and forced him to accept this reality. You really found a teapot. Don't tell me I didn't find it. I was also devastated when I saw it. Hui tilted his head and covered his face with a bitter look. What he said at the beginning had come true. Next, he could probably try to find something like a teacup. Oh, there were pots and pans and maybe a few knives, forks, bowls, and spoons. But even if his mentality was broken, Yun Nuoshing still had to praise these origin relics. these exquisite shapes, these beautiful lines, these patterns, these runes, these imprints, this surging energy. Damn, he could already imagine what would happen in the future. When the battle with the enemy reached its climax, he would wave his sleeves, and a large number of pots, bowls, ladles, knives, forks, chopsticks, and spoons would rush towards the enemy. The more he thought about it, the more he could not continue fighting. As he had expected, the origin relics in the state of silence, and silence would not resist. They would be thrown into the origin mark to recuperate after a slight contact with his origin energy. So, there are 12 of them. Yun Nuoxing counted. The origin crystal on his body was still slowly changing. The ring behind his head, the sun, and the 6 crystal pillar-like wings on his back were all broken and melted into the origin mark. There were other changes on his body, but I don't want to throw them out at all. When I was fighting, I suddenly took out the origin relics. It looks like they rushed out of the kitchen. It's over. This impression has been imprinted in my mind. Who can help me dispel it? F***CK. I want to seal this memory completely. Hui and Jing Yuanji could not help but smile bitterly as they watched Yun Nuoxing frantically running in circles in the room. They were almost as devastated when they first saw it. So far, they had not found a spatula, a spoon, or an iron pot. Oh, no, they could not think about it anymore. If they did, they would have to sort out their own memories. The origin crystal completely solidified after 5 minutes. During that time, it seemed to have gone through 7 or 8 stages of changes, appearing, disappearing, emerging, and fusing. It went through several changes before it was fixed into its current state. The reason and the judgment of the situation were probably difficult to understand. When the heavenly god of origin and the others were not around, Yun Nuoxing could only figure it out by himself. There was no one in the void who could help him, but to say that he had to figure it out by himself. He really did not know how to figure it out. Could it really be like what CU wrote? A certain crystallized part fused with another crystallized part to form. His thoughts were getting more and more out of control. Other than the 2 mentioned just now, there were only 4 transparent, pale green energy concepts that spread out from the shoulders and waist. They were like streamers that fluttered like ribbons. They did not solidify into crystals. For some reason, they did not solidify. Looking at how they were like air currents and how they were tumbling with energy and laws, it seemed that something was missing that prevented them from taking shape. Feng, you're becoming more and more flashy. We could not help but say as he looked at the origin energy surrounding his body. Yun Nuoxing? This had nothing to do with him at all. It was not like he wanted to become like this. They changed on their own. After dealing with the 6 origin relics, they briefly talked about what to deal with next and entered a state of recovery. A few hours passed unknowingly. During this time, Jihan Xiao came over once and happened to meet Hui, who was more energetic, so he passed the information about the origin relics to him. From what we know now, other than the ones in everyone's houses, these are the only ancient relics in the desolate land. Ji Hanshao thought carefully for a moment and sighed. I can't think of anything else. Oh. Hui flipped through the information recorded on the talisman paper that Ji Hanshao gave him and murmured softly, 27. Counting the one that's in your hands, there's a total of 42. There's still quite a bit to go. The turmoil of the ancient relics in the past caused a drastic change in the Cloud Continent. Many places that should have been there have become bizarre. The ancient relics in those places have also disappeared. Jihan Xiao waved his hand and shook his head helplessly. I'll try my best to send people there. No, don't let your people come into contact with the origin relics. Hui shook his head and interrupted him. Get your people to gather as much information as possible and confirm the location of the origin relics. I'll get my people to retrieve them. The origin relics are not as easy to deal with as you think. Even if you have witnessed the disasters that have erupted from 100 million years ago to the recent tens of millions of years, it does not mean that you have seen them truly rioting. Those disasters may not have been caused by them, but they were just slightly frightened. Now, the world is filled with non-order energies, and I'm worried that they would have a more violent reaction. Your people would not be able to return after encountering it once. If an origin relic really exploded with energy, a mere cloud continent would not be enough to be destroyed, let alone hundreds of origin relics scattered all over the cloud continent. Even if it was the god's world, it would be blown up and sunk in a matter of minutes. Jihan Xiao was silent for a while and nodded gently. I understand. This isn't something that we should force ourselves to do. If that's the case, leave the collection of information on the origin relics to us. As you said, this is our world. It's terrible if we don't do anything and just wait for others to be busy here. At least we'll do our best to be responsible for this. Not bad. For now, this is enough. We nodded. Chapter 1637. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The cloud continent was rather quiet during these 2 days. There were no troublemakers who came out to cause trouble. The situation inside the mountain origin was still unknown. Through the barrier, they could still feel an intense energy reaction coming from inside. There was nothing they could do even if they wanted to find out. Yun Nuoshing and the rest had fully recovered from the time they rescued the other day. At the same time, the team that Jihan Xiao and the rest had prepared was ready. Tens of thousands of experts had already been arranged. With the ice region as the starting point, they swarmed out and carried out a thorough search on the cloud continent in an orderly manner. They dug 3 feet into the ground and even turned the hidden space upside down. With such a large-scale search, the ancient relics hidden in the cloud continent were dug out one by one. However, as agreed at the beginning, one person was left to guard the place where the ancient relics were found. After that, the news would be sent back to the ice region to inform Yun Nuoshing and the rest. Then, the warriors from the realm of the gods nearby would collect them and send them back to the ice region. The people who were still alive in the small creations barrier had already caught their breath. Those who were still a little confused about the current situation could only focus on recovering. Then, they sent people to investigate the cause of the heaven and earth anomaly. In the end, as soon as they went out, they saw a large group of experts who were usually not seen searching the entire cloud continent like a typhoon passing through. They were stunned for a moment. What was even more frightening was that they had to work together to deal with the crisis. This made them even more silent. After a moment of silence, they spread the news. Those who still had the energy to pay attention to things outside of themselves left with a pensive expression. No one knew what they were thinking. This was also within Jihan Xiao's calculations. This was a big matter that concerned the entire cloud continent, could not be hidden. After all, this was the place where they had lived for generations. Everyone had the right to know. As for whether there would be any repercussions if they spread the news, they had already made preparations to deal with it. Even if there was a huge riot, they could completely suppress it. It's not normal for them to be yelling and screaming about killing and jumping off buildings every other day. Most of the weak mortals are like this when they find out that the world they live in is about to be crushed to ashes. This is something that can't be completely avoided in the 8 elements realm. The people of the God realm are quite strong-willed, so they can still hold on. I wonder what the situation here is like. When Yun Nuoshing learned that the situation of the Yunduan continent hanging by a thread had already reached the ears of almost everyone who was still alive, he could not help but lament in his heart. He was not exaggerating this point. He had seen similar things many times before, so he was touched by it. He did not really like to talk about the frailty and changeability of mortals. While the entire cloud continent was in chaos, some of the other forces in the corner only realized it after a long time. Just as Yun Nuashing and the others expected, they very accurately entered a weak state of panic with the people who were still alive. Regarding this, they had no plans to deal with it at all. They would just let them panic. This was the first time the Cloud Continent was attacked by the non-order camp. It was also the first time they entered a territory outside of the novice village. Although this territory was a little too exaggerated, meeting the characters who stood at the top of the non-order camp as soon as they stepped out of the door was undoubtedly the highest level of difficulty in the void. It was at the level of 1,000,000,000 points higher than the difficulty of hell. That's why we're here. In order for you to deal with a battle of this level, the void threw us here, Hui said to the people on the Cloud Continent. To be honest, let alone you guys, even if we were to encounter such a level, we would have to mobilize all our forces. However, Black Nest, cough, your family's Cloud Continent has been suppressed in the cradle by that force. It's completely impossible to call for reinforcements. We can only act with the strength in our hands. We have 30 to 40,000 people in the Origin Realm. We should be able to combine our forces, at least, ugh. When Ji Hanxiao saw Hui raise his hand, he habitually interrupted his words. He knew that this old senior was about to express his opinion. He wanted to pour cold water on them. No, it was ice-cold water. Hui shook his head and sighed. Ha! You're Origin Realm cultivators. You're the only one who can understand a little. You guys don't even understand the void, order, and so on. All you can do is play around with the power of laws. However, the other party's laws and power of laws completely overwhelm you guys. If that's the case, you guys won't be able to use any tricks at all. Ji Hanxiao and the others could not help but smile bitterly. That's right. This was an extremely difficult problem. Even if they started to cram on the void and order now, it would be too late. Knowing was not enough to make up for it. If that was the case, the Empyrean god of Origin would be worthless. You bunch of Origin Realm cultivators have too much water mixed in. It's like you've put in an ocean. It's probably because of this half-finished product and incomplete product that it's easier for you guys to reach the peak. The peak that's mixed with water. Just a poke, and the mountains and seas will collapse together, leaving nothing behind. Seeing that everyone was so disappointed that their faces had faded, Hui shook his head and looked at Yun Nuo Star. So, leave the main battlefield to us. Although 58 people are not enough, we should still be able to put up a fight. As for the rest of you, just act as a flank cover. Bet on your lives. Bet on the survival of the Cloud Continent. Bet on the position of the void and order. Yun Nuashing sipped her tea and said calmly, "It's fine even if we lose. See you in 10,000 years. Everyone." This sentence sounded even more horrifying than the previous sentence. Dying once, and then being reborn after 10,000 years. How's the search team's progress? Yun Nuashing turned to look at Ji Hanxiao after she casually said that. The latter touched the talisman and replied, "The progress is good. We found a considerable number of ancient relics in 3 days, including the ones we counted at the beginning and the ones we kept in our houses. We found 69 ancient relics. As for the rest are hard to find." Yun Nuashing put down her teacup and stood up. "Including the one I have, there's a total of 81. The heavenly god of Origin has a total of 140 or 50. I'm not too sure if this is the exact number. Anyway, it should be the base number. I have 147 Origin energy and Origin imprints on me, but I can't guarantee that this is all of them." So, we're still missing 66. Ji Hanshao touched the other talismans and said softly, "It's said that there were signs of ancient relics in the lower continent. If we want to find all of those places, I wonder how much time we'll need. We can only pick up the pace. If we can't even collect the origin relic before the time limit is up, we might as well just surrender. Also, because of the other time, we have to start fighting 10 days before the time limit expires. We can't really wait until that day to fight. Otherwise, the space that traps most of the non-order energy will collapse as we fight, and the cloud continent will be declared the end of the world." Hui spread out his hands and sighed. He turned his head and looked at Yun Nuoshing. "Feng, shouldn't you go and prepare? You have to deal with the unstable bombs that you can see and touch first. This part is very dangerous. You have to deal with it quickly. Prepare? I've been preparing for a long time." Yun Nuoshing flicked her finger on the teacup, making a crisp sound. Her lazy voice was heard slowly. "Accumulate energy, prepare origin energy, then wrap the origin rule around your body." Then Hui shook his head fiercely. All right. Don't tell me anything about origin. I don't understand." Yun Nuoshing, "This guy is always lazy in these places where he shouldn't be lazy." He shook his head helplessly and stood up. He stretched and scanned the whole place. "Let's go." Hui and the others were stunned. Where else can we go?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. "Let's go and collect the origin relics that are close at hand first. Those origin relics that are sealed and suppressed by a large amount of energy are very unstable bombs. Let's quickly collect them before they have more variables. Which one of you is closer to the ice region?" Ji Hanshao and the others looked at each other. The middle-aged man in the blue robe walked out and said in a low voice, "The flying feather hut is closer to the ice region. Let's go to my place first." Hui and Yun Nuoshing tilted their heads and looked at the guy who was scolded by them 3 days ago for his naive and beautiful dream. The atmosphere was not very tense when they met again. The latter did not even refute much. He probably kept a lot of words in his heart. In fact, he was probably scolding the two of them in his heart. As for whether he was convinced or not, well, the two of them were too lazy to bother about it. Unless they smashed him down, the probability of persuading him verbally was quite low, especially for people who were in power at such a high level. Anyway, he handled his expression very well, as if he did not take it seriously at all. "That side is indeed closer." Ji Hanzhao's face twitched when he said this. He glanced at Yun Nuoshing and the rest before looking at the middle-aged man. He sighed inwardly. "I'm afraid that blood will splatter within 5 steps. He still remembered the scolding from 3 days ago. He used his imposing manner to shock everyone, and then pressed them down to give them a torrential scolding. Ji Hanzhao's face twitched when he said this. He looked at Yun Nuoshing and Hui. After seeing them nod slightly, he sighed and said, "Then let's go to your place first." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, then said, "Brother Ji, I don't think it'll take much time over there. I suggest you prepare a teleportation talisman array in the ice region first. Gather the center here and build a passage from each clan to the ice region. It'll be easier to deal with the ancient relics." Ji Hanshao nodded. "Actually, I've already arranged it. I was just about to tell you about it." "Then let's do that first. We'll be back soon." The middle-aged man nodded and turned to look at Yun Nuoshing and the others. "Please follow me." Yun Nuoshing and Hui looked at each other and shrugged. Jing Yuanji also followed from the side and whispered in their souls, "We won't fight halfway, right?" "Probably not. We're not afraid, even if we fight. We have nothing to fear," Yun Nuoshing said casually. Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly. This was not a matter of fear. The situation in the Union continent was unstable. If they really fought, who knew if there would be more unexpected situations? Flying Feather Embrace was located in the Buyun continent. They had just come to the ice region from there not long ago. Now, they were running there again. They sped all the way and looked at the current situation of the continent that had fallen into panic and darkness from the sky. Yes, it was indeed quite bad. The cloud layer that was formed by the non-order energy had completely covered the sky of the cloud continent. Even if one could see the shadow of the sun through the cloud layer, it was almost impossible for the sunlight to reach the ground. Even the appearance of the sun that could be seen was faintly distorted. The long night would continue until the day that the end arrived. No matter which aspect of the end it was, there would probably be no daylight during this period of time. As for the life on the cloud continent, the non-order energy was so dense that it had shrouded the entire cloud continent. Even the pure energy between heaven and earth seemed to be a little sickly. It was hard to say how much life would be left in nature after this period of time. Even the small creation's barrier could not completely isolate that energy. This was a catastrophe of slow death. It was still unknown whether they could survive or not. The middle-aged man looked at the land below, and his frown deepened. He seemed to be in deep thought. After a while, he turned around and looked at the three people who were also looking at the land below. However, unlike him, the three of them seemed to be very familiar with this kind of scene. They did not show any special expressions. Even if they did, it would be an expression of, this kind of scene again. We're already used to it. Pity for the world. All right, he knew it was nonsense. I know what you said may be right, but I don't want to change my mind. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke. His weak voice caught the attention of the three people. Look at the terrible state of this world. I can't turn a blind eye to it. I want to change all of this. After saying this, he took a deep breath and prepared himself for another storm of abuse. He was ready. He could feel the slight change in the atmosphere behind him. It's here. Idiot. A pure newbie. Huey's voice came from behind. He sighed faintly. Well, there will always be people like you who have such naive thoughts in this world. Like I said, if you don't encounter a battle of this level, this world may be as you wish one day. What a headache! Yun Nuashing covered her head and shook her head. However, newbies are always like this. I'm used to it. Listen carefully. Your goal, your thoughts, your most naive thoughts will only lead to two endings. One is to make a heroic sacrifice in self-satisfaction. The other is to watch the world fall apart in front of you and be completely annihilated. Phone, aren't these the same endings? The way of death is different. It counts as two. The former is a good ending. The latter is really tragic. Well, according to my standards. The middle-aged man was a little stunned. He was ready to accept the anger of the two people. He was even ready to be beaten up. In the end, this surprised him. Why? I thought you too would. Yun, Nuashing, and we looked at each other and scratched their heads in distress. We stepped into the most dangerous battlefield in the void without any preparation, and were caught in a battle where life and death hung by a thread. We stepped into the worst situation without any preparation. To be honest, we were quite dissatisfied with the way you guys protected your own world. It was terrible, like shit. The enemy had been wreaking havoc right under your noses for so many years, and none of you reacted to it at all. You didn't even know about it, and we had to clean up your mess. That was our biggest grudge. We were chased all over the world by you guys, and even if I closed one eye and pretended that it didn't happen, I still felt very, very, very grudge. Even if we closed our eyes, we still can't stop nagging. We nagged as soon as he opened his mouth. We exhausted all our strength to save a platform to stand on. Before we could even catch our breath, we were so tired that we ran to the meeting with you two. We were already full of resentment and wanted to complain. When we came in and found that you two were more or less in high spirits, our resentment grew. We wanted to have a friendly conversation, but before we could sit down, we were choked by you. In the end, you even mentioned the most terrible word. The middle-aged man. Am I the one who bumped into the tip of the knife? Yun Nuashing and the other two nodded in unison. It made him smile bitterly. We scratched his head. Although that's the case, it's also true that we were angry that day. Anyway, let me say it again. I'm sorry. I may have gone too far. Same here. We've said what we needed to say. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't be angry just because of your naive wish. Yun Nuashing shrugged. They had seen more situations and had seen more naive and daydreaming thoughts than this. Some of them could even be labeled as young and ignorant. To put it bluntly, they were just idiots. Newbies who have just stepped onto the battlefield between order and chaos will always have some unrealistic thoughts. This is very normal, very normal. It's just like how we still have some dreams from when we were young. It doesn't matter if we want to say it out loud or if we want to pursue it as reality. These are all allowed at the beginning. But at the beginning, it's only at the beginning. When you truly enter the depths of this war, we don't even need to say much. These thoughts will automatically be buried in your heart and will never be mentioned again. There will only be one type of thoughts left: life or death, slaughter or destruction. We said, we've seen a lot of newcomers. It's meaningless to lecture them one by one. It's better to give them some pointers and let them walk on their own. Right now, it's not the most critical time yet. We haven't reached the point where we're being strangled by the neck and perishing together with the enemy. So these things are temporarily allowed. For us, these ideas still have time to correct them. So, well, that's what I mean. I won't say much. As a senior, I'll give the newcomers a lot of care. It's just that you just said it at a bad time. Senior is there. Yun Nuashing nodded and sighed in a melancholy manner. Let's talk about you. Your skill of bumping into the tip of the knife is probably one of the best in the void. We could not help but tease. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and scratched his head hard. From the two of them appearing in different states, he felt that they were quite easy to talk to. It was just that his heart could not take this shock. You want to save this world. It's a very grand project. It's very unrealistic. But as I said just now, we don't plan to correct it for the time being. We just want to remind you of the most important thing. Don't mistake the battlefield you should be in. Don't mistake which side is the most important. You're also at the peak of origin. There are some things that you can judge by yourself even without us telling you. What's the most important thing to do? If you can't do it in this battle, what's the point of being allowed to be included in the list of choices? Yun Nuashing's voice gradually became heavy and solemn. Treat your ideals as the light in your heart that guides you forward. Then, just bury them deep in your heart. Remember, don't walk into the battlefield of order and chaos with these thoughts. Every shred of kindness and innocence you have will become a spear used against you. It's a fatal weapon. If you hesitate even once, you won't be able to come back. The continuous warnings, either directly throwing the cruelest reality in his face or solemn advice or direct guidance, made him feel the brutality of this battle that belonged to another level again. Just from the memories of the two of them, he could feel that this was a battlefield where mistakes were not allowed, where jokes were not allowed. He could only give it his all. Right now, he might not be able to completely understand it and engrave it into his soul, but since he had already come here, he should face this endless darkness and madness head-on and let him experience it for himself. It's enough to have this kind of awareness. Now, You've officially become a new recruit in this endless war, Hui said with some relief. Hui noticed the change in his mentality and said with a little relief, "Keep it this way for the time being and go slowly. Also, guard the light in your heart at all times. It will be the last light against madness in your darkest moment." "I've learned something." The middle-aged man suddenly stopped, turned around, and solemnly bowed to Yun Nuoshing and the other two. Yun Nuoshing curled her lips and waved her hand. "All right, I don't think there's even a need for etiquette at this time. In this situation where we're racing against time, we should get rid of all the things that are hindering the change of the situation." "Just kidding." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. The three of them followed the middle-aged man and arrived at the space of the flying feather embrace in just a few minutes. After passing through a thin layer of space, what they saw was a sea, a wilderness, and an endless forest under the cover of darkness. The land of this space was divided into 3 types of land. It looked quite good, but the darkness had caused the bright sunlight to fade away. At this time, it appeared a little lethargic, as if the scattered sunlight of a dying sun shone on the land. It was just as bleak and desolate. The flying feather embrace's main body was a large structure that looked like a large bell. It was a huge structure that floated in the air. There were 4 covered bridges that extended from the middle of the structure to the 4 large floating structures at the side. The disciples have all been sent out. The places that used to be lively in the past are now a little deserted. The middle-aged man led the way in front as he spoke to Yun Nuoshing and the others. "Actually, I should be thanking all of you. Chaos has descended. Even if you use your prestige to suppress the panic, everyone is still panicking. They don't know what to do. Asking them to help search for the ancient relics can at least make them forget about the chaos for a short while. I'm afraid that all places in the Cloud Continent are in such a state right now." We looked up at the dark sky and sighed. "The numbness won't last long. We have to let everyone know about this matter. We have to let everyone in this world participate." Yun Nuoshing was startled. "Isn't this a little too big?" After a moment, he reacted. "No, everyone is involved. No one can run away from something of this level. That's why. But there will definitely be trouble. But we don't have to worry. These things," he revealed a sinister smile as he looked at the middle-aged man. "Just leave it to our little savior." Yun Nuoshing nodded and said to the middle-aged man, "Well, I'll let you deal with it. Let this world quiet down. Everyone deal with what they can do. If you can't do anything, just stay at home and don't add to the chaos of the already tense world. Just do it." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Chapter 1638. A ray of light in the dark. When this phrase was mentioned, Yun Nuoshing would often subconsciously list a lot of concrete or abstract things behind it. Something like the light that guides the lost, the only hope in the dark, and the ability to forcefully extend one's life. Well, it was not a problem to mention such a phrase when the above scenes appeared. But when he really experienced it, he could not help but sigh. At least there is still light. He had once seen a world. He had forgotten the level and type of civilization and era of life in that world, probably because there were not many memorable things that happened in that world. Only fragments of memories flashed through his mind. At that time, the sky was still very blue. The clouds and the sun were reflected in the clear water. The children in the village were noisy, chasing each other as they copied the childhood memories of countless people. A child squatted next to them, watching them, and was responsible for copying another part of their childhood memories. In that village surrounded by forests and water, it seemed that every day, other than eating, drinking, and sleeping, or sleeping, at most, there was nothing more to do. So, why did he go there at that time? Well, this question was very fresh. He also wanted to know the answer, but He could not figure it out. In fact, when he looked at the things in front of him, he remembered the lazy time in the village, watching a group of little kids slowly grow up. He could not help but sigh with emotion about time and youth. Well, his thoughts went astray. After all, at that time, his brain was not normal. A ray of light, a lantern. That's right. What he wanted to say was that he vaguely remembered that on every paved and inlaid bluestone street in the village, there would always be a lantern hanging 3 meters above the ground between two buildings. It was a lantern that provided light when the night fell. Surrounded by woods and lakes, it seemed to be a small village on the edge of a wetland. It was surrounded by giant trees that were thousands of feet high. The canopy of the trees covered the sky, and the sun. The light of the sun and moon could rarely directly pass through the gaps in the sky and fall on the village. Only when the sun and moon were about to set could the light from a slanted direction. It was very dark at night. The lights of the lanterns were not bright enough. When the wind blew, they would make a clicking sound and sway in the wind, and the light and shadow they cast would also sway. Looking from afar, at first glance, the lanterns on the entire street were swaying very rhythmically from left to right. It looked like a haunted place. It was very creepy, especially those swaying shadows, which were like shadows lurking in the darkness. Lantern. He wanted to say that it was a lantern. Until now, he had not forgotten the appearance of that lantern. It was round and had a wide base. The higher it went, the smaller it became. The lid at the top was 1 or 2 times smaller, but both the lid and the base were designed very beautifully. The complicated shape and the exquisite patterns engraved in this place did not look like something that a small village would have. It looked more like something that was placed in a solemn and ceremonial place to light up the place. Well, this was not a prejudice. That was his first impression. He could not help but remember it himself. In short, it was such a lantern. He remembered the gorgeous decorations and the significance of it, but he was not clear about the specific situation. He was impressed by the huge and exquisite of the lid and the base, just like the thing in front of him. In the dark energy storm, a golden light with the brilliance of the stars was the only light in this dark storm. It was a lantern, black with a bit of cyan in it. The lid and the base were flashing with cyan light. Both of these things were particularly huge and complicated. They seemed to contain a lot of meanings, but they were all very ancient meanings that he could not understand at all. The thin glass cover in the middle was completely transparent. Inside, there was only a golden flame shining with the brilliance of the stars in the sky. It was a relic of the origin. As soon as he saw it, someone who had recovered to his full state began to become embarrassed again. Just now, he was in a daze. Although the lantern in the small village in his memory was completely different from the one in front of him, he himself had no idea why his thoughts could run so far away. As for why he digressed from the topic, when he encountered the matter of the origin, his mind was like a runaway monarch Qing Jun, running all over the void. How could he pull it back so casually? Well, in fact, his mind had run elsewhere in order to escape. It was purely an accident that he touched the memory. He had never thought that there was still a slight fear of the origin in his heart. There was probably no way to suppress this fear for hundreds of billions of years. The dark storm was still blowing in his ears. The lantern in his hand was still stubbornly resisting the contact of him, the impure person of origin. While resisting loudly, it came into contact with the same origin energy as it, and then gradually relaxed, allowing him to take it into the mark of origin. Cough, cough. I ran too fast. I haven't gone in yet. The process is not so fast. It will take a while. So, this gust of wind has no intention of stopping for the time being. Speaking of this lantern, the flame was really bright. It seemed that the void, the galaxy, and billions of stars were all gathered in the flame and projected on the transparent glass cover. If he took this thing out and let others see it, they would probably enter a state of enlightenment immediately. Countless shining lights in his mind turned into a brilliant river of energy that surged around him. Ah, that would be Tao assimilation. The rules and concepts contained were too complex and too powerful. He would not be able to withstand that level of impact with a single glance and would directly disappear. He had the protection of origin energy and several origin rules that were not under his control. So he would not disappear. However, his mind was so scared that it had flown away to escape. It had been running off topic for half a day because it was trying to find its way back. Now that it had finally returned, it was unwilling to return to its original position. Scratching his own hair, Yun Nuoshing stared straight at the lantern and tried his best to mobilize the newly activated origin energy to touch the lantern. Perhaps it was because of this absent-minded state that he could vaguely sense a little bit of thoughts, little emotions from the origin relics or the origin energy. The more he came into contact with the origin relics, the more he could sense those little emotions. It was as if when the origin energy activated them, they in turn made the energy in his body a little more lively. Wait a minute. The end of this lively, wouldn't that be over 140 origin energy essences? God, do you have to torture me like this? Yun Nuoshing slapped himself in the face and pressed his mind that was about to drift away back to its original position. He could not feel those little emotions. When the origin energy essences tortured him, and when the origin energy reshaped the continent of origin, they were the most abundant. The entire continent of origin was filled with some kind of lingering sound that sounded like weeping and complaining. And when he came into contact with the origin relics, he had already suffered a lot when he came into contact with the sins of the world. They were the condensation of the dark side of all things in the world. But those were not as destructive as the little emotions gathered in the origin energy. Phew, the sound of the wind in his ears gradually subsided. Yun Nuoshing looked around. The storm that was as dense as a wall had a gap and was about to stop. If there was rain, it should have turned from heavy rain to light rain. It was the time when the wind and rain stopped. The quaint black lantern with a tinge of blue dimmed its light, and the light of the stars inside gradually became brighter. His mind would not run away in a panic when he looked at it again. You are also reminiscing? Like your 100 brothers, are you all waiting for someone to come and find you? Yun Nuoshing whispered softly as he held the lantern that was larger than usual. The light of the stars in the lantern flickered as if responding to his question. At the same time, the other 12 origin relics that were already living in the mark of origin responded one after another, each of them recounting the pain of countless years in their own way. Well, he suddenly felt that he had gotten used to it. It was probably because he was using the divine body of spiritual absorption in the 139th era. At that time, his body was also full of little beings, and the ones here were even more excessive. They were all of the origin class. Well, from now on, he only needed to go out alone to create a lively atmosphere. What kind of divine skill was that? A few minutes later, the storm completely stopped. The energy that permeated the world quietly returned to the lantern and drilled into his mark of origin. This time, there was no crystallization on his body, but the color of the 4 energy streamers became more brilliant as if something was brewing. Foam, how are you? How are you? Are you hurt? Are you tired? Are you going to die? Yun Nuoshing said, I would have been touched if you had just said those words. Hey, when have you ever come back unscathed from an origin relic that was forcibly activated? Hui smacked his lips nonchalantly and went forward to pinch his arm, pulling his origin crystal and looking left and right. He was a little surprised. Amazing. There seems to be no accident this time. Even your aura did not fluctuate. Why do I feel like you are hoping that something will happen to me? Hey, I didn't look carefully when you turned small last time. Ahem. Sorry, I was wrong. Don't hit me at this critical moment. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and put away the nether void sword in his hand. He put the lantern in front of Hui Jingyuenji and the middle-aged man who had caught up from behind and explained. This time it was surprisingly smooth. Although I don't know if there is any hidden danger, at least for now. Well, I will keep an eye on it for a while. Hui held the lantern in his hand and looked at it over and over again. After a while, he handed it back to Jing Yuanji. How is the situation now? With the addition of the origin relic, has there been any change in the resonance with the origin relic? Yes. Yun Nuoshing's expression became serious when he mentioned that. The resonance of the relic of origin has become clearer. Over at the Barren Plains, there is a huge energy storm forming. Its movement and scale are completely like a smaller version of the storm of divine destruction. Its nature is completely opposite. If that thing continues to gather, it won't be fun anymore. A chaotic version of the destructive storm of gods. Huey's cheeks twitched violently. He crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. That's not fun. If things have gotten to this point, I'm afraid the life in the origin relic, Yun Nuoshing, and the other two looked at each other and fell silent. The middle-aged man could feel the seriousness of the situation just by listening to a few words. He could not help but sigh softly. His heart was a little heavy. There are trillions in the origin relic. If other life forms are included, I'm afraid it's in the trillions. Those can basically be put on the death list. Hui scratched his head. Previously, in order to cleanse the origin relic and force the sovereign's palace out, we had set up a one-time energy barrier in every city. It was supposed to be used to resist our attacks. If it's just a normal attack, it can still hold on for a long time. He turned his gaze to Yun Nuoshing. The latter shook her head. The chaotic storm has gathered an endless amount of non-order energy. The law of chaos. Even the void will be restored to its original state in front of that level of power. Those mere life forms that live in the void are not even considered collateral, let alone a one-time energy barrier. Even if our creation's barrier comes, it will only be a matter of time before it breaks through. I'm just afraid that the chaotic storm will do some superfluous things. Superfluous things? Hui was stunned for a moment. Looking at Yun Nuoshing's solemn expression, he was shocked. Are you saying that the chaotic storm will turn all life forms into those derivatives? If it doesn't just do destructive things, and the possibility of that is very high. Yun Nuoshing nodded. They hadn't specifically discussed the chaos spawn in the beginning. Even though it was theoretically stronger than the abyssal death mist spawn, the chaos spawn's greatest weakness was their numbers. Now, if the trillions of lives in the ridge primordial were all transformed by the chaos spawn, then they would have to think carefully about how to break into the ridge primordial, or how to deal with the chaos spawn that rushed out from the ridge primordial. There was another long silence. The few of them looked at each other and thought in their hearts. Then they sighed in their hearts, their faces full of bitterness. Yun Nuoshing and the others felt sad that they did not bring enough people with them when they went out. The middle-aged man felt bitter because he had allowed such a thing to grow, and one day it would become such a disaster. Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. Anyway, let's go and collect the other origin relics first. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand to disperse the gloomy aura that pervaded the place. As the number of origin relics increases, I seem to be able to vaguely sense the vague aura scattered all over the cloud continent. It's very vague, but a few more should make this feeling clearer. Hui asked, the aura of the other origin relics. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Let's go back to the ice region first. There were many things that needed to be discussed. The matters regarding the cloud continent still needed Jihan Shao and the other local rulers to handle. The cloud continent was still in a state of chaos and slight panic. The changes in the situation, as well as the handling of various places, were things that this group of natives had to do. This group of outsiders was responsible for handling the matters regarding the void, an order that the natives could not handle. As for the other matters, they would just treat it as training for Jihan Shao and the others before they stepped into the void domain. After building the teleportation portal to the ice region in the flying feather embrace, Xing Lu and the others sent some news as soon as they returned. The energy defense line, built around the Gangyuan continent, was ready. It was a miniature version of the Void Seal. Although it looked like they had surrounded the Gangyuan continent, it was hard to say who was the one who had surrounded whom. In fact, it was another matter whether this level of seal was useful or not. It was set up by Hui. Yun Nuoxing thought that he should have his own considerations, so he did not bother about it. He just treated it as a layer of primary barrier. In an area surrounded by hundreds of thousands of energy towers, the firepower could cover any place in an instant. If all the energy towers were overloaded and focused fire, Yun Nuoxing believed that the specter, whose existence was unknown, would lose a layer of skin. It's a pity that we don't have enough energy crystals. Xing Lu shrugged as he reported. Moreover, the reserves of the energy towers have been used up. I'm still rushing to make more with 4 others, but I don't think we'll be able to make too many energy towers before the time limit is up. Perhaps there would only be enough for each person to use as backup weapons. Taking out hundreds of thousands of energy towers in one go had really used up the reserves. Well, it was the reserves of more than 50 people. From that one sentence, one could see how sick they were. If all the warriors of the divine realm were present, they could use the energy towers to surround the Gangyuan continent so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. With hundreds of millions of energy tower cannons rumbling, and with Hui maintaining the origin energy and origin precepts to create the domain of creation, they would have a 40% chance of winning even against the specter's true form in the graveyard of gods and demons. That's right. After half a day of effort, their chances of winning had increased by 10%. Don't underestimate this 10%, okay? The specter was of the same generation as the god of origins, a mythical being of the same level as them. That 40% chance of winning was just a rough calculation, and he himself was not sure how much of an error there was in reality. If there really was another specter in the Gangyuan continent, he could only pray that it would be slightly weakened by time. Just use whatever means you have to deal with the energy crystals. I reckon that the primary barrier won't be of much use. Even though that's the truth, it's still too annoying for you to say that. Xing Lv smiled bitterly, scratching his head and asking Yun Nuoxing, is it already that bad? Maybe it'll get worse. Yun Nuoxing yawned, and through the new information he had just received to everyone who received the information fell silent at once. This was really an earth-shattering change. Sigh, it's useless to think about that. I'm going to make energy crystals and energy towers. Xing Lv curled his lips and waved his hand. Then he grinned and said, who cares? Let's go all out. I don't believe that we won't be able to break through a layer of its armor. Yun Nuoxing, maybe after he went back, he could hand over this 100-million-year newcomer to Qin Jun. In a few years, there would be another powerful fighter in the large army that was rushing through the void. After this sentence, Yun Nuoxing clearly felt a fierce restlessness in the soul transmission. It was as if the atmosphere had been ignited, and it was inexplicably a little hot-blooded. He glanced at it and felt that there was no harm, so he didn't care anymore. Let them slowly get hot-blooded. Just treat it as a warm-up exercise before the battle. After hurriedly reporting the situation to Jihan Xiao and the others, Yun Nuoxing pushed the middle-aged man in front of everyone and let him explain what he had just said. Then he went to another place with another person to subdue another suppressed relic of origin. The task of collecting all the relic of origin was still a little long. In the beginning, he didn't even dare to think about it. He didn't expect that he would be dragged to Black Nest like a strong man by Hui, and in the end, cause such an earth-shattering move. By the way, I don't know about her relic. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Yun Nuoxing trembled fiercely and shook his head hard to stop himself from thinking about it. She was probably still living in a daze in some corner of the Deyuan realm as a reincarnated body. At present, he shouldn't treat her as a dead person. Although she did die once. Compared to this, he was more afraid of himself, who could subconsciously and naturally drag his thoughts to her. It seemed that he had begun to get used to these things. He was used to the existence of her things, used to looking for those things by himself, and used to the stupid matter of the origin. If he continued to think about it, he felt that he would really become very strange, so it was better to stop thinking about it quickly. Hui stayed in the ice region to discuss other things with Jihan Xiao and the others. Only Jing Yuanji still followed Yun Nuoxing to other people's houses. Actually, it was only when he saw that Jing Yuanji was still following a certain fellow who risked his life every day that Hui felt slightly at ease and stayed in the ice region. If he really went out alone, who knew when he would come back as a 3-inch body again? That would really make him laugh until he collapsed. So, regarding the concept layer of rules, I will take the lead. Those of you who carry the rules of this world will have a great advantage if you come together. I will confront the forces of chaos, and you will deal with the forces of Sovereign Palace that may exist. As long as one side wins, the concept layer of rules will be controlled by us, and our chances of winning will increase. You're back. Hui, who was discussing those matters with the others in the ice region, suddenly turned his head and saw the open door. 3 people walked in slowly. Yun Nuoxing yawned as she walked. Even her body had dimmed a little this time, but it didn't seem to be a big problem. She then abandoned the battle meeting that was in progress and went over. How is it? What is it this time? Yun Nuoxing yawned and pushed away someone who came too close. She slowly took out a necklace from her lapel and waved it in front of his eyes. It was a silver necklace with an amethyst-like gem hanging on it. It was very gorgeous, and the surging origin energy was also quite gorgeous. It's a different accessory this time. Hui took a closer look and couldn't help but say, this style, this structure, it's basically for women to wear. Ugh. As he said, he looked up at Yun Nuoxing's face, and then calmly lowered his head. With his face, what's wrong with wearing a woman's accessory? Yun Nuoxing looked at him with gritted teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that I need to conserve my strength now, I would have pressed you into the void. Hey, you don't have the strength anyway. You there, take him away. Hurry up and don't let him be lazy. Hui smiled and waved his hand, pointing at a person, and then turned around to send Yun Nuoxing out of the door. If you have the strength to talk, why don't you take the opportunity to rest more? You look dimmer again. Jing Yuanji, remember to keep an eye on him. Don't let him do anything. Yun Nuoxing, Kenzaki swear. Chapter 1639. On a certain morning, there was no morning. The entire world was covered in smoky, dark clouds. Even if the sun and the moon appeared at the same time, There was no wonder in the sky. It was now a certain morning when the sun rose. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion of energy that spread across the entire cloud continent, causing everyone to turn their attention to it. Following the first sound, there was a dense explosion of energy. It was as if an entire meteor had landed head to tail on the ground. The tremors were spreading across the entire space. The sudden tremors drew everyone's attention to the ridge origin. They saw the defensive circle formed by the energy towers launching a series of energy attacks at the ridge origin. Hundreds of thousands of energy crystals shone at the same time, lighting up the sky. Every energy torrent was powerful enough to end the history of any land in the cloud continent. The energy torrents rained down on the ridge origin's energy barrier, but they didn't even cause a ripple on the barrier. The only thing that could be seen was endless energy fireworks exploding madly, tearing apart the surrounding land layer after layer. Amidst the dazzling energy explosions, it seemed as if something was spiraling and being torn apart by the energy torrents. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, detected the appearance of chaos spawns. Strength, low. Due to the urgency of the situation, we have made the first move. Not long after the energy tower rumbled, a report came from the Soul transmission. Huey's expression froze. The weak chaos spawn said, "That's them testing us. They're testing our strength. In other words, this is a declaration of war." His gaze turned to the outside of the Wellsprings barrier. The number of chaos spawns that came out was not particularly high. It was like throwing out some converted cannon fodder to test the waters. The defensive line formed by hundreds of thousands of energy towers reduced them to ashes before they could run more than 100 meters. It was a pity that they could not break the energy barrier. He wanted to see what was going on inside. They are also beginning to test our strength. We have to hurry. By the way, I have 2 news. We raised 2 fingers and shook them. They are either testing our strength or deliberately throwing out some cannon fodder to try and weaken our strength. After all, if they use too much energy in a short period of time, the energy crystals will collapse. Of course, the spare ones are stored in the energy towers. Whether they know about this is still a question mark. As for the other, Hui was silent for a moment. He looked up and sighed. Let's just say that we are praying. Maybe they are not as strong as we think. Otherwise, they would not need to use such a pointless method. Listen, the sound of the energy towers is about to stop. Everyone looked in the direction of the Wellspring land. Compared to the dense energy bombardment from before, the energy towers now only released a torrent of energy that swept across the land every 2 to 3 seconds. This also indicated that the enemy's probing cannon fodder was about to run out, or at least this batch of cannon fodder. Using an energy barrier to isolate the wellspring, and that guy is obviously brewing something inside. There is reason to believe that they have not achieved their goal. Like us, they are also buying time. Hui sighed. That being said, we also need time. It's not rational to rush in and fight just because the other side seems to be holding back. Feng, how's the situation on your side? I want to die. Usually, people who say that won't die for a while. So, how are the origin relics? 77. Let me rest. Don't disturb me. Yun Nuoshing's image appeared in front of Huey's eyes with a face full of pain. Compared to a few days ago, he looked a little smaller now. He looked haggard. His hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. He couldn't help but complain. You look like a ghost. Yun Nuoshing's hand pulled half of his face down. His blood-red eyes stared straight at the blabbermouth guardian. If it wasn't for my lack of energy, all right. I know you want to push me into the void, but now is obviously not the time. Hui waved his hand and ignored the death stare. You must have heard the commotion in the wellspring. Feng, are you all right? Although he saw someone's ghost-like face, he subconsciously thought that he just suffered a little too much and wanted to escape. However, after observing for a while, he found that it didn't seem to be the case. Hui suddenly froze and asked in a low voice. The dark room was so dim that he could barely see anything. His eyes that were used to the darkness and the faint light that shone from behind allowed him to catch the edge of the shadows. It was a mess. The entire room was in a mess. The entire room had signs of being ravaged by violent energy. The bed, the table, the chairs, and some of the things that were arranged in the room had all fallen to the ground and were piled on top of each other in a disorderly manner. Yun Nuoxing maintained the appearance of his soul projection and said in a faint but weak voice, "I won't die, but if I have to die, phew, if you are willing to send me on my way, it's not impossible." After saying that, while Hui was still in a daze, he stretched out his hand to grab the edge of the bed and used all his strength to pull himself back onto the bed. Yun Nuoxing gasped for breath. Her pretty face was even paler. She no longer had the strength to pick up the quilt that had fallen on the ground. She curled into a ball on the bed. Her eyelids were so heavy that she wanted to close them several times, as if she was going to fall asleep. The matter of the wellspring. You can deal with it. The origin relic. Give me some more time. Hui looked at his weak soul projection and was suspicious. Buddy, are you really going to die? There is still time. If you really can't do it, then don't push yourself so hard. The projected Yun Nuoxing gave a long yawn and rolled his eyes. I know. If there's nothing else, you can go and rest. I'm, studying the origin relic. After saying that, he turned and disappeared. Hui always felt that something was not right, but he could not put his finger on it. According to his intuition, that guy must be hiding something, a small problem. It was the kind of small problem that could be barely hidden. As long as he went over now, he would definitely be able to see through it. Well, as a close friend for a few eras, let him be stubborn at this time. Feng knows what he's doing. If something really happens, he'll obediently call for help. Hui thought of this and sighed in relief. Although he could not give Feng much advice regarding the origin relic, if he could let Feng be stubborn at this time. Nonsense. The origin relic was the most important thing now. 5 days had passed, and a total of 77 unknown origin relic had been collected. According to Feng's bottom line, he had 147, which corresponded to the 47 known heavenly gods of origin. If he could not even collect this number of origin relic, he would have a 30% chance of winning. If he could not even collect this number, there was no need to fight this battle. Hui muttered to himself for a moment and looked at Jihan Xiao. And the rest, other than leaving some energy to continue monitoring the land of Gangyuan and speed up the search for the origin relic, do your best to find it. 147 might just be a base number. In reality, we're not very sure how many there are. Have the legends, myths, and rumors left behind in your world mentioned this part? How many ancient origin spirit relics are there? Even if it's just a guess. Jihan Xiao frowned and pondered for a moment. He shook his head gently. Ancient relic. From what I know, among the ancient legends in the past 10 billion years, there are not many that mention ancient relic. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the others, and they all nodded. Hui sighed. Although he did not have much hope, he was discouraged too quickly. However, it was as if they did not completely understand the realm of the gods. At most, their understanding of their own world was 40 to 50% more than Jihan Xiao and the others, so it was not appropriate for them to criticize others. The massive Soul Conference. At this moment, a group of leaders and authoritative figures scattered across the Cloud Continent and several lower continents were gathered here to conduct daily exchanges and reports. Their consciousnesses in the modern realm were constantly busy. What happened in the Wellspring continent only caused them to pause and observe for a moment before they continued to work. Phew, I've finished reporting today's matter. Although there's nothing wrong for now, it's this kind of situation that makes me even more worried. Ji Hanxiao looked around and finally glanced at Yun Nuwashing, who had only shown her face for less than half a minute. He then looked at Hui. I'll try to find some ancient information about the ancient origin spirit. I'll tell you guys if there's anything else. Wait, Min suddenly called out to Ji Hanxiao, who was about to leave. He said to everyone, this batch of recruits have reached the point where they can be of use. Let's exchange for the next batch. Everyone became more spirited at such a terrible time. Other than the good news of origin relics being discovered, this was the only news that could make them more spirited, using the power of the void to catalyze a portion of high-level origin realm people so that they could be of greater use during the battle in the concept layer of laws. This plan was proposed by Min. Most of her power came from the void. The strength of her energy, the nature of laws, the power of laws, and the nature of order. These levels were much stronger than the people of the Cloud Continent, and were weaker than Hui and the others from the God world. However, the latter's special model could not be cultivated quickly. If they were divided into a few stages, they could not even reach the first stage. Min's power just happened to be within the limits of what the life forms of the Cloud Continent could endure. It was the kind of pressure that would cause trouble if she was just a little bit stronger. Most importantly, she could speed up to 2 or 3 stages, directly using the power of the void to irrigate and forcefully change a part of the body, soul, and structure. It would allow everyone to specialize in the power of order, law, and void. It would make it much easier for them to deal with order and chaos on the battlefield. Min's Void God Court's power was cultivated slowly using this method. However, it was naturally not catalyzed quickly. Witch Family's core power was not cultivated slowly. However, they did not have that much time now, so they could only choose to speed it up. The speed of it made her feel that something was wrong, but there was no better choice at the moment. Every bit of power was better. Anyway, she was not the one who felt strange. As for the things that happened after that, she had already said it. Since everyone agreed, they should be mentally prepared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When they were about to leave, Min suddenly thought of something. Remember to replenish the things that you have used up. The group who had just retreated and turned around to leave staggered. They could not help but smile bitterly in their hearts. The things that they had used up referred to the materials that they needed to replenish the last time, the spiritual materials that were born with the laws of the Cloud Continent. At the moment, they did not have more strength to directly change the power of the rules. It would be best to use the power of the rules that was more suitable for themselves. In other words, they had to desperately use the reserves that they had accumulated for countless years to create a batch of effective forces to deal with the upcoming battle. They were already mentally prepared when the plan was proposed. However, when they heard Min saying that they had used up all the materials, they still felt their hearts bleeding. The last time they sent so much of it, it only took a few days for them to burn it all. Watching the group leave, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 people left. Hui shrugged at Min and said, "It's just a money-burning thing." Although everyone is very motivated, the current conditions are still not comprehensive. There are many aspects that we can't take care of. There's not enough time to change the rules and the mark of order. We can only use the ready-made things. Min said faintly. She raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the empty space in Yun Nuwashing. "How is he? You've really stumped me." Hui scratched his head in distress and turned to look at Jing Yuanji. "You went to see Maple the day before yesterday, right? How is he?" Jing Yuanji's pretty face had been filled with worry and worry. She had not spoken during the soul conference. At this moment, when she heard Huey's words, she quickly perked up. Yes, in fact, Lord Maple has been closing the door. I'm not too sure what's going on inside. Lord Maple has also temporarily entrusted Ming and the others to me. Now, that means no one can know about Maple's situation for the time being. Hui rubbed his forehead in distress and looked at the little angel standing beside Jing Yuanji, who was also absent-minded. The two of you should be telepathic. You can sense through the air. Well, I know I'm messing around, but now I'm a little worried about that idiot. I'm afraid that he'll cause trouble. The little angel looked at Hui with a strange gaze. After a moment, her eyelids drooped slightly as if she was really sensing. He's struggling on the more dangerous boundary. His spiritual world and spiritual senses have been completely sealed. I can only make a rough judgment. The limit of danger. Hui lowered his head and frowned. As expected, there are too many primordial relics. Is the body and soul unable to bear the burden? Or is it that there are too many primordial precepts and primordial energy activated, causing other problems? The little angel shook her head. When he was dealing with that batch of origin relics, they were asked to leave the spiritual world by him. Only the Ice Princess was still sleeping inside. The latter could not be moved. As for them, he was afraid that if they came into contact with too many origin relics, there would be an accident. He could not protect them, so he could only let them go out first. In the end, there was no way to know about Maple's situation. Hui let out a long sigh and waved his hand. Let's wait and see. Don't worry about him for the time being. Right now, he should need to find a place to hide and do something by himself. Just treat it as a long-lost seclusion. The collected origin relics will be placed in the same place as usual and let him deal with them himself. We'll go our separate ways and arrange the future before he's done with his preparations. Jing Yuanji and Min nodded. The four of them turned and disappeared. In the dim room, Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes weakly. His blurry eyes scanned the darkness in front of him. He could not remember how many times he had fainted and then woke up. He vaguely remembered that there were several times when he was lying on the floor. It seemed that he was restless even after he fainted. He did not show up much during the soul conference, but he insisted on listening to the report every day until the end. However, he fainted immediately after it was over. Huey's guess was not wrong, but only half of it. At this time, because he was carrying 77 origin relics, his body was affected by the origin rules and origin energy that had been activated beyond his tolerance limit. His body and soul could not bear it anymore. In fact, he could not bear it anymore when he was carrying the 61st origin relic. He only managed to increase it to 77 with all his might. As for the reason why he put his body in contact with the origin relics, it had to do with another part, the changes in his body and soul. Primordial chaos, the primordial chaos he had obtained in the 4th rank area. Earlier, before he left that area, he had slightly suppressed the evolution process because he had determined that the timing might not be good. At this moment, it was probably stimulated by the origin rule and could no longer hold back. The primordial chaos, the origin rule, and the origin rule, together with the large amount of void power that the former had seized when the primordial realm rift exploded, were causing trouble in his body. When he noticed that the primal chaos was becoming more active, it was already too late to strengthen the suppression. He might as well let it loose and let it come into contact with more of the primal chaos. He wanted to see what it could evolve into. Anyway, the result of combining the primal chaos and the primal chaos did not look bad. It could not possibly turn him into the primal heavenly god. All right, he was dreaming. However, the changes that happened might make his nature slightly closer to them. As for how much closer, he could not deduce it at all. If I'm swallowed by origin like this, in a daze he looked at his hands that were constantly shaking. He wanted to force his palms to close. He thought that he was using a lot of force, but he only made his slender fingers bend a little. I have to stay awake. Stay awake for me. He stubbornly controlled his body that was gradually losing strength. He desperately wanted to turn around, but his body that was suspended in the air fell to the ground again. He stared blankly at the dark ceiling and could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. This feeling his body losing control bit by bit, becoming unfamiliar little by little, no longer his original appearance, made him feel bitter. In the 139th era, the ancient era, and this very moment, he had the clearest memories of the three periods. The common memory was that he had turned himself from the origin into something that was neither human nor ghost, active and passive. Now that he thought about it, it did not seem that he had intended to do that. Although he said that he hated people, it was not to the extent that he had to separate himself from the race and become a class of his own. Thinking about it, he felt a little distressed. What was he doing? He seemed to have forgotten himself in his days, lost in the endless trouble that the void had caused him, and gradually lost his original intention. Speaking of which, what was his original intention? It seemed that he only intended to do it every day. I can't remember clearly. Forget it. I don't care. Besides, he was not stable from the beginning. Anyway, his nature was fickle. What was there to stay? He was just a troublemaker. But he still hoped for that kind of feeling. In the end of this era, turning the tide is a joke. That's all. It's just a dream. What's the point of struggling? It feels like I'm making things difficult for myself. Looking at the void, I can't just give up. There's still someone beside me. No one can do anything if I only care about what I say. But I don't care about what I have in my heart. There's no other way in this world. Arg, I can't take it anymore. My mind is in a mess, and even my consciousness is about to be devoured by chaos and origin. Chaotic thoughts are running around in my mind at the speed of light, and my consciousness is about to be drowned out by my own thoughts. In my mind, there seems to be a million little people jumping, shouting, and roaring with their lives on the line. The dust that brushed past my ears is like the sound of an earthquake in the void. My consciousness was about to collapse. Before his constantly shaking vision disappeared, he saw three things that were neatly placed on the ground side by side: a vase, a whale-shaped crystal sculpture, and a bronze hand warmer. He used the last strand of uncontrollable and unstable strength to control his body and threw himself at the three things. His head hit the crystal sculpture, and he fainted. In his chaotic consciousness, he heard countless muffled whispers. The noisy little people in his mind seemed to be trying their best to keep their voices down. They were talking, but it also sounded like they were praying. There were a few meaningless mutterings. What remained unchanged were the few remaining but extremely deep unwillingness, resentment, and regret. No matter how much time passed, the things they represented could not be forgotten. Those unfinished wishes and unfinished business could never be completed by them. No matter what existed, it could only be let go with the wind and vanish with time. Unforgettable. He was already familiar with it. He was already used to it. He was their listener. As he listened subconsciously, the chaos in his consciousness abruptly vanished. It was as if he had been startled awake from the deepest dream. Opening his eyes, he looked around. There was a gray mist. He was already used to it. He was already familiar with it. He did not feel lost when he came here again. I've come to find you. Chapter 1640. His entire body was shrouded in thick fog. Subconsciously, he could smell a large amount of water vapor. He walked in this place once again. He had already forgotten how many times he had set foot in this place, even though he could not tell that he had entered the same fog-shrouded place every time. His senses and cognition were very easily deceived. He was only a puny peak reciprocity cultivator. In front of those truly ancient existences, he was still a weak little bean. Putting aside the fog, he really did have a feeling that he was moving forward. Every time he came here, it meant that he had taken a step forward. Every time he was getting closer to the end of the journey in the fog. He was getting closer and closer. There was something waiting for him at the end of the journey. He calmly took a step forward. He walked forward fearlessly. With just one step, he felt like he had passed through a blurry boundary. The sound of wind chimes, ancient bells, and drums rang out in his ears, as if they were accompanying his arrival. All right, he was just being crazy. It was just a simple accompaniment. It was not like he was in some high-end restaurant that would play music for the arrival of guests. Cough, cough. He had heard this melody once before. When he heard it again this time, he immediately determined where he was. He could not help but take a deep breath. The thick fog in front of him began to dissipate. The scenery in the distance gradually became clear. The earth, mountains, plains, and huge floating islands in the sky were like the splendid scenery of the clouds in the sky. In the center of the earth, there was a group of white palaces with a sacred aura. They were like the ancient palaces of the entire primordial realm, the continent of origin. If there were no accidents, what he saw this time should be the real deal. He did not panic when he set foot in this place again. In fact, he did not even have any emotional fluctuations this time. The last time he came here, he was still in a state of frenzy. The reason for this change was very simple. His worldview was brutally destroyed and then violently reshaped in the cloud continent. Now, he could calmly and peacefully look at the origins mess. Well, 50% of it was his mentality, and the other 50% was forcefully suppressed by himself. So, let's just pretend it didn't count. He looked around the real continent and compared it with the model of the continent of origin in his mind. He thought that he could find some small differences, at least in the terrain, but there was really no difference between the two. There was no difference in appearance or aura. Even the floating islands of the sequence were floating in the same place. It was as if they had set out to create two identical continents at the same time from the beginning. They did not hastily create a mirror image later. Ding! The crisp sound of the wind chimes rang through his soul, making Yun Nuoshing a little stunned. This time, the sound of the wind chimes did not come from this continent. It came from the relic of origin on him, subconsciously turning around to look at himself. Yun Nuoshing was surprised to find that all the origin crystals on his body had disappeared. He had returned to his original appearance without so many fancy things. The swaying wind chimes were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was a very gentle and rhythmic sound. There seemed to be some accompaniment of the relic of origin in the middle, but it was very weak. Like the former, sometimes loud, sometimes low. Yun Nuoshing stood here and studied for a while. Suddenly, he found something. It seemed that when he looked at the pure, white sacred palace, the sound would become louder and louder. When he looked at other places, the sound would be slightly weaker. It seemed to be guiding him there. "Where do you want me to go?" Yun Nuoshing asked himself. Ding! It was still the same crisp sound. In fact, there was no change in the syllables, but he could hear a faint response from it. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and let out a long sigh. This time, there was no resistance or unnecessary struggle. He lifted his feet and flew toward the palace where the heavenly god of origin lived. As he approached, the relic of origin in his body gradually reacted. At first, Only the wind chimes were swaying, and a few others were playing accompaniment. Now, 77, no, 80 relic of origin gradually responded. There was a chaotic sound in his mind. He seemed to feel that everything in the world was humming with energy in his mind. It should have been a rather chaotic sound, but for some reason, it did not sound so chaotic. It was quite rhythmic. Well, it wasn't just the origin relic. Even the origin energy was faintly responding. More than 200 things in his body were happily beating gongs and drums, making a racket as if their lives depended on it. Although he didn't find it too noisy, the high-pitched response and the intense activity made him feel scared. He was afraid that some guy would suddenly jump out of his body and torment him to death. Naturally, there were other buildings on the continent of origin apart from the white jade-like palace. But when he looked at the other buildings, the latter would become transparent in 3 seconds and gradually hide in the air. The space was so clean that it was as if nothing had ever existed. Eyes, soul, spirit, consciousness, several methods of observation all gave the same result. He could barely see the appearance of those things that would disappear from the corner of his eyes, but only that palace, well, that was a clear indication. The entire world was urging him to go to that pure white palace. Now is not the time to see the continent of origin. Yun Nuoshing breathed a long sigh and gave himself a reasonable explanation in his heart. This place was like the place where they left their images. They seemed to still exist here, knew of his arrival, watched his actions, took in his every move, every panic, and every slight change in his expression. They even controlled him and guided him to where he should go. The phantoms that remained in the world, after discarding their unwillingness, resentment, and regret, were engraved in the space, leaving only the same endless sentiments, reluctance, and regret. It was their immortal will, another kind of will that was engraved in the space apart from annihilating non-order. That was probably the meaning of this place, and probably the reason why they wanted him to see this place. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and threw those strange thoughts aside. He then looked at other places and saw that they were hidden in space because of his gaze. He smiled helplessly. After that, he no longer slowed down because he wanted to observe other places. He simply used a spatial teleportation to throw himself in front of the pure white palace. Creak, he gently pushed open the door with both hands. The door had been closed for an unobservable amount of time, and the sound it made covered the swaying music on the continent. The hall was quiet, and when he passed through the door, he felt as if he had passed through a layer of light. The energy in his ears played a melody that rose in pitch, and then quickly faded. Gently closing the door with both hands behind his back, he looked at the space of the hall in front of him. It was empty, quiet, and isolated from the music outside. It was the same as the last time he stepped into this place. The only difference was that he came here with the mentality of being in a hurry to be reincarnated, galloping past without stopping. This time, he walked slowly in the hall, slowly passing through the corridors and side halls. He even pushed open the window to look at the scenery outside with interest. Although the scenery disappeared after 3 seconds, it was not a problem. He wanted to have a peaceful mind. It was as if he had returned to the big house he lived in after traveling for many years. Naturally, he would take a slow walk around to calm his mind. Wait a minute. This was not his thought. This was the thought of the 200-plus troublemakers in his body. However, he did have the mentality of looking at the scenery, slowly wandering around. Anyway, they did not urge him, and he was not in a hurry to go to the main hall. He was sure that there would be some kind of shock later. He had to be prepared first, in case the ball of light under his chest suddenly exploded. Hee-hee, a pleasant and light laughter suddenly penetrated his mind, causing Yun Nuoshing to shiver and break out in a cold sweat. He turned around abruptly and scanned the entire room. The side hall was quiet. The furniture on display was spotless and had been here for countless years. The doors on the left and right walls were also tightly shut. The hall was silent. The only sound was his breathing and the chatter of the 200+ things in his body. However, only he could hear the latter. Even so, he felt that this was definitely not an illusion. This could not be an illusion. He was 100% sure that he heard a happy chuckle just now. It was the chuckle of a girl. When he turned around, he saw that it was silent. He had goosebumps. He swallowed his saliva and carefully moved toward the door. At this moment, he missed the noisy girls who lived in his soul. If they were around, he would not have to be so scared. At this moment, he thought of a terrible thing. The gods of origin were a group of existences that could scare him at any moment, especially her. Well, although the voice just now had nothing to do with her, the tone was different. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoxing slowly pushed the door of the side hall open. He stuck his head out and looked around. The long corridor was empty and silent. He then pulled his head back and looked at the hall again. There was still no one. Hiss. The atmosphere was fine just now. Why did it suddenly become like seeing a ghost? Yun Nuoxing hugged himself and shuddered. He quickly went out of the hall and closed the door silently. He walked quickly in the direction of the main hall. Forget it. Forget it. I'd better go to the main hall quickly. If I delay any longer, I think I will fall sick from the fright. Well, the ghosts who live here, I am just an innocent passerby. Please be magnanimous and don't come out for no reason. After a few days, when it is quieter, I will burn some incense for you. Let's just pretend that nothing happened here, okay? If you don't say anything, I will take it that you agree. The empty corridor echoed with his rapid footsteps. The energy mark that he left behind sneakily observed the situation after he left. However, it did not find anything unusual until it naturally dissipated. This made Yun Nuoxing a little relieved. He thought that the thing might just be passing by and laughed out loud, which scared him. Anyway, it was still peaceful now. There should be no problem, right? This time, without her energy mark to guide him, he walked all the way to the main hall in the deepest part of the main hall. He looked up at the huge door of the main hall. He stretched out his hands and pressed on the door. After hesitating for a while, he put down his left hand and gently knocked on the door with his right hand. Of course, there was no response. Crazy. With a self-deprecating smile, Yun Nuoxing shook his head and gently pushed the door open. Then he poked his head in and muttered to himself, I am coming in. Is there anyone? Nonsense! This place had been abandoned for God knows how many years. How could there still be anyone here? If he continued to be so crazy, even if this place was not haunted, he would create a haunted house atmosphere. Be careful, that door is a little broken. You must be gentle when you close it, or else, clang! There, or else it will be like this. It is so noisy. Yun Nuoxing's forehead was covered in white sweat. It was so noisy because you scared me. Just now, he politely knocked on the door and asked if there was anyone inside. In the end, there was no response, so he walked in without permission. You. Yes, he was scared. He was really scared. Just as he turned around to close the door, a sentence suddenly came from behind him. It was a sentence that he could understand. If it were not for the fact that there was no sea, he would have jumped in on the spot. With cold sweat on his forehead, he turned around. The main hall was still the same. There were no decorations. It was just a huge hall with a few rows of pillars. There was also no phantom floating in the sky in the depths of the hall like he saw the other day. There was only a person standing in front of him. The two people were less than 5 feet apart. I see. You have been here once. The place you went last time seemed to be a pocket dimension that we kept as a backup. You have remodeled that place. Well done. Standing in front of him was a figure that only reached up to his chest. It was a shiny miniature version. He could tell that it was a girl wearing a grand long dress with neat bangs, just by looking at the outline of her face. Yes, he could not tell anything. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but size her up. Finally, his gaze fell on her white face. Of course, he couldn't see any expression on her face. Her voice sounded directly in his mind, and he directly understood the meaning of that sentence. This also saved him the trouble of not being able to understand the language. The last time he came, he had to borrow Jingyun to translate their conversation. You care about my appearance? Yun Nuashing was shocked. A little. You can read my thoughts directly? Don't worry, I won't look at your past. She stared at him for a while and suddenly nodded as if she had confirmed something. Welcome, the one who is favored. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Us. The ball of light in Yun Nuashing's heart shook violently again. He almost fainted because he had run into the wrong place. The one whose name he could not hear should be her. The one whom she favored. Damn it, the one who was favored. Damn it. The direction of the mistake was too ridiculous. It was as if she had run him from a near-Earth planet to a far-Earth planet. If she had not controlled her strength well, she might have even sent him out of the star system, and he would wander aimlessly in the empty and lonely stars until the moment of his death. Speaking of which, this was all because of a mistake on his part. Why are you heavenly origin gods paying attention to him for no reason? He's just he's just an ordinary heavenly origin god. At the very least, he's just an ordinary heavenly origin god in front of them. What's there to pay attention to? Could it be because of her? Your thoughts are very strange. Did I say something that made you feel bad? She seemed to frown and said in a flat voice, No, it's my problem. The impact was a little serious. She tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuashing indifferently. After a moment, she turned around and walked into the depths of the palace. Follow me. Yun Nuashing reflexively followed her. Oh, but where are we going? In the depths of the main hall, he thought that she was going to bring him here, but it seemed that she was just passing by. She reached out and gently brushed the wall in the deepest part of the main hall, and the wall in front of her suddenly became transparent, exposing the outside sky in front of his eyes. There was a passage made of golden light that stretched forward from the ground under her feet, slanting towards the sky. She lifted her feet and walked on the golden passage, tilting her head to look at Yun Nuashing. Only then did he hurriedly follow. The passageway cast by golden light. If he was not mistaken, it seemed to lead to the floating island in the sky. Yun Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly. Even so, he could have just gone there. Why did she have to lead him to the palace and give him a fright? The floating island is cast by 2 layers of space. Only from here can you go to the other layer of space. Oh, I see. Yun Nuashing replied in a daze. Then he smiled bitterly. He was still not used to having his mind read. You said that you have been waiting for me for a long time. Can I ask who you are specifically? He could not hear their voices once they opened their mouths. He could not recognize their names at all. However, it seemed that there were only 4 of them, which made him feel slightly more at ease. He had thought that he would really have to face 100 or 200 origin heavenly gods. That was truly unimaginable. He might have fainted from nervousness. The others are not here right now. If you want to see them, you might have to wait patiently for a while. Yun Nuashing, If possible, I don't want to see them. Ah, ah, don't let so many strange people appear in front of him again. Ah, ha. My heart can't take it. That's hard to say. Everyone is quite interested in you. When they will meet you depends on their mood. After all, you are someone who is favored. This has never happened in countless years. Yun Nuashing covered his head with a grief-stricken expression. He really shouldn't have gone to the void crack that day. He shouldn't have had such thoughts. Who exactly did he offend among the heavenly gods of origin? Did he attract the attention of the gods just because he had a relationship with her that he didn't even know if it was solid? Speaking of which, when he saw where she stood during the meeting that day, he could more or less guess her position. He vaguely knew the general idea, but did not know the specifics. However, it did not matter much whether he knew or not. After all, they were the origin heavenly gods. You know, she suddenly stopped and turned around. She raised her head slightly and looked directly into his eyes. You know who she is. Otherwise, you would not have come here. Heavenly destruction god. This was the only thing he knew. Yes. Isn't that her divinity? Divine title. Does knowing this count as knowing? Yes. Divinity is the name of a god. Although it does not mean that it is everything, it is the only name we need to walk the world. There is no need to say anything else. Yin Nuashing. It was just like how not many people in the divine realm knew who he was. However, when it came to the observer, everyone in the divine realm definitely knew who the observer was. It was just that they did not know who he was. That was probably the extent of it. That is the extent of it. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. After a moment, his expression changed drastically. The divine realm. He had always wanted to ask about the divine realm. Why did the emperor appoint a miserable guy like him to be that thing? And why did he have to be the god for life? Could it be that this was also because of some changes she made when she met him now in the 30th era? Was he going to talk about the troublesome topic of fate? We're here. Just as a bunch of questions and complaints were about to burst out, the woman walking in front of him stopped and stood by the side of the passage. Only then did he notice that they had unknowingly arrived at this floating island. If you have anything to say or ask, you can ask her yourself. I think it would be better if she explained it to you personally. After saying this, she quietly looked down at the land below and did not say anything else. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded lightly at her and once again stepped onto this floating island. If he had to describe his feelings, it would be nervousness. Yes, very nervousness. Right now, he was very, very nervous. What was this called? A meeting in life. That's right, they had crossed countless distances and crossed countless times to meet here. He did not know what kind of feelings he should bring to this meeting. Before he could sort out his emotions by the time he reacted, he had already walked into the plaza. When he came back to his senses, he saw that it was still a slightly familiar place. The golden throne in the depths was still there. Nothing had changed. Everything was still the same as when they first met. The only difference was that in front of the throne, there stood a figure emitting a white light. Her back was facing this plaza. Her back was facing him. He vaguely remembered this back. Bright crystal. Real life. That's right. It was the bright crystal that he had discovered in the 139th era. He had seen her guarding the tomb like a shadow in the origin world. That was the real origin world, the origin continent. It was not a pocket dimension, nor was it a perfect and beautiful reflection of this place. It was a real scorched earth. I'm here. Yun Nuashing walked forward and stood 10 meters behind her, speaking softly. The person in front of the throne raised her head slightly. Her clear and gentle voice carried a slight sense of ethereality and energy. You're here. Chapter 1641. The sound of the wind was still the same. The throne was lonely and empty, as if something was missing. It made Yun Nuoshing feel incomplete. Out of the 4 times he had seen it, this was the only time he felt this way. The sound of the wind chime reverberated in his ears again. It was no longer crisp, but a little dull. It sounded like it was covered with a piece of cloth. It was low and mellow. The sound that originated from the entire land of origin had a slight change at this moment. Only the tone of the voice did not change. It seemed to be telling him what happened here from the beginning. Yun Nuoshing saw that she had no intention of turning around. He thought for a while and took a few steps forward. He walked up the stairs and slowly stopped 2 meters behind her. He glanced at the throne from the corner of his eyes, and then looked straight at her back. It was completely sparkling. Sure enough, the shadow that stayed there at that time was left by her. There was a bit of silence in the air. After the 2 of them said that sentence to indicate that their consciousness existed here, there was no movement. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes, and his eyeballs rolled around randomly, aimlessly. He had also imagined what it would be like to meet with her. He had thought of many scenarios, but he had never thought that they would meet here. The real meeting was in the continent of origin. It was quite mysterious when he thought about it. No, it's not a real meeting. The soft and slightly ethereal voice rang directly in his heart. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He fixed his eyes and saw the person in front of him slowly turning around. It made him a little nervous, but the next second he smiled bitterly. Her face was white. Only her nose was in the middle of her face. He could not see anything else. It was completely white. It was expected. The girl who brought him up just now could not see what she looked like. Then there was no reason for him to see her face. Well, he did not expect anything. He really did not expect anything. But they could read his mind directly. He was not used to it. By the way, what did she say just now? What do you mean? This doesn't count as a real meeting. Could it be that there's something else? She nodded softly. The me and us that exist here is nothing more than a shadow born from your thoughts, and thoughts as zero. Shadow. Since when did his will become so strong that he could even project the heavenly god of origin from the river of time? Wait a minute. Why did he seem to have heard of this before? Thinking about it carefully, if he were to turn back time 100 million years, at that time, the abyssal death mist had not broken through the first void seal. At that time, he was in the distorted world, in the graveyard of gods and demons, and that demonic shadow. It seemed to have been born because of Chong Kong and the others. Could it be? It's as you think. She lightly nodded, confirming his thoughts, but he couldn't help but feel shocked. What exactly is going on? Just as I said just now, we appeared in this world through your will, but that's not all. Just as you said, you can't restore us with your will alone, but when you come into contact with more things that are related to us and are closely related to us, the conditions will be met. From the beginning, it was blurry and chaotic, to the later fog, from the illusory to the real, gradually manifesting more and more consciousness. Every time you fell asleep, you made the creation of this world become closer to reality, until now she waved her hand in front of her. This place, as you wished, appeared in your construct of nothingness, and thus we appeared, a person and a world recreated with your thoughts as zero and our fragments as a puzzle. Yun Nuoshing understood. It was impossible for him to make this place manifest by himself, because he had come into contact with too many things related to origin. Until he had accumulated enough, this continent of origin was naturally born from his thoughts. It sounded a little scary, and although it was related to him, he had only given it the beginning. So this is not a real meeting. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head, looked at her, and said, Then where are you now? I don't know. She shook her head slightly, and her white face seemed to have a pair of deep eyes that contained the entire void. She looked into his eyes, and he could not help but shudder. This realm exists only because of you. Chaos, unknown, independent, jumping out of the control of time, existing here independently. Time has no meaning. We can be said to exist in the past, meeting you now, or we can be in the future, meeting you here in the past. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. To put it simply, this world that was born out of his thoughts for some reason was very independent. It was completely independent and completely sealed off. It had no connection with the external space in terms of cause and effect. This place had its own time, which was calculated from the beginning of its formation. Because it had no connection with the external space, everything inside was chaotic. They who existed in this place were also chaotic. He used external thoughts to connect with the internal space. Naturally, he could not get any results. In a word, he was a person in the box. Because the process of birth tended to be chaotic, many of the situations that arose were the same. Yun Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly. He could only roughly judge the situation because in his memory and cognition, they had already passed away long ago. Therefore, he believed that they existed in the past to him, but they appeared at this moment. To them, he was in the future, and both of them coexisted in the present. His brain, at and asterisk yen%. How should he judge a person who existed in the box and outside at the same time? But judging these things did not seem to be meaningful, right? Why did he start to think about the meaning of this world again? Yun Nuashing slapped himself hard in his soul and shook his dizzy head. However, I didn't expect you to really come here. She turned around and continued to stare at the throne. Were you very resistant at the beginning? At the mention of this topic, Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. He took a deep breath, and a stomach full of resentment was about to burst out. Then, he was instantly discouraged. He suddenly realized that, well, he could not say anything. If he wanted to complain, he would encounter all those big and small things because of them, those things that tormented him to death. He did not expect that when he really wanted to say something, he would find that he could not say anything. Forget it, it doesn't matter. In the end, Yun Nuashing ended the struggle in his heart with a long sigh. Even if there are a lot of things that I want to say, I don't know how to say them. Even if there are things that I want to ask, it is difficult for me to open my mouth. I have already made up my mind. You have made up your mind to die? Yes. He nodded calmly and laughed softly. He quietly let go of the countless grievances in his heart. Perhaps those grievances were not as heavy as he thought. When he really saw the person's shadow in front of him, he did not expect to feel a little relieved in his heart, although he himself did not know where this relief came from. Are you going to press it down? Just like that? She tilted her head and glanced at him. If you really have something to say, you don't have to hold it in. No need. Yun Nuashing shook his head. Even if I say it, it won't change anything. Just let me go on like this. Is that so? Then let's skip this topic. She turned her head and was silent for a while. Then she said softly, the cloud continent, the things that we left behind, they were originally a whole. They are our, There was no sound behind her. She felt a little strange that his thoughts had disappeared. She turned around gently and saw that Yun Nuashing had fallen to the ground. He seemed to have fainted. His consciousness and soul are too tired. A faint and deep male voice suddenly sounded. She tilted her head and looked to the side. A white and slightly sturdy figure walked out of the space and squatted in front of Yun Nuashing. He reached out and touched his forehead. It was already very tiring to deal with the fragments that we left behind, relying on the source chaos to complete the evolution of the soul, and at the same time to form this in advance, it took too much effort to be able to walk in front of you and say a few words. Perseverance. He should have something to say, but I don't know why he let it go. She nodded and continued the second half of the sentence. She also walked over and squatted in front of him. She reached out and brushed away the long hair in front of his face. Her palms suddenly trembled slightly. The flickering red and black light gathered in her palm and turned into a broken red and black crystal. It's broken. The young girl slowly walked over from the edge of the floating island. Seeing the broken red and black crystal in her hand, the white light on her body trembled slightly. Her voice was a little serious. They or them? Who knows? She seemed to sneer. She waved her hand and placed the crystal into Yun Nuoxing's soul. She sighed deeply. Perhaps I was already affected at the very beginning. I just didn't know. The young girl crossed her arms and looked at the guy lying on the ground. So he is the one you are looking for? I'm not sure, but he is probably the one. She replied softly, I don't know how many years have passed since the first time we met. We are just shadows left in the world. Some things are hard to be sure. Since this item is on him, then it is most likely him. The first time, the young man was slightly stunned. He seemed to have thought of something. Oh, are you talking about that time when you suddenly did that strange action during the meeting? She nodded. Her gaze was fixed on Yun Nuoxing's soul. The young girl confirmed that the red and black crystal had completely melted. She sighed. It's a long road. Are you sure he can walk on it? Just let him walk on it. Since he has already come this far, why not try to believe? She stretched her arms and said faintly, the resolution to walk on it. That's what he said. Do you intend to put him under our name? It's hard to say. He is an existence that makes me feel unexpected. She whispered softly. She paused several times, as if she was constantly deliberating. Although there are arrangements, in the end, it can't be finalized. Even you have things that you can't be sure of. She tilted her head and glanced at the young man as if she was speechless. She skipped the topic and said faintly, we are crowned as the origin of the world. Standing beside us, this responsibility is too heavy and too harsh. He should not replace us. We should not make decisions on our own. That would be too cruel. At least, we should follow his wishes. In short, let him walk on it slowly, right? Perhaps we will see the answer at the end. It's too early to say these things now. The young man scratched his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing again. But it's really amazing that he can completely mold this place. The clan in his memory used the lives of the clan as the skeleton to mold its shadow. We are in the same situation as it, but only he alone. This was a very powerful thought. Perhaps even he himself did not think of it. Although he always talked about the origin and those damn things, he really missed them in his heart. Perhaps he just wanted to see them, or perhaps it was just a kind of spirit that was entrusted due to confusion. There was certainly a little resentment in his heart, but it was not as deep as he imagined. In short, it was probably this situation that allowed them to manifest. He felt that it was very inconceivable. She glanced at the young man and reached out her hand to touch Yun Nuoxing's forehead. See for yourself. Ah, the young man turned his gaze. What's so strange? This thing. Could this be the sea of consciousness? The girl heard him and suddenly turned her head. Isn't that just a thing that exists in theory? It should only exist in an illusory fantasy. Although it's just a prototype, it is indeed that thing. The young man nodded. I didn't expect that something that only exists in theory would really manifest in the world. I see. No wonder we would appear here in advance. This is a broken land that was born by relying on the sea of consciousness. Therefore, He alone is enough to manifest this place. His yearning alone is almost equivalent to the yearning of countless lives. This thing is not a good thing. Are we just going to leave it here? She looked up at the young man, and then down at Yun Nuoshing. She shook her head. It's neither a blessing nor a curse. Let's keep it. After the three of them were silent for a moment, she waved her hand and lifted Yun Nuoshing up. All right, I'll bring him down first. His soul needs to rest, and the fragments we left behind need to be dealt with. The young man and the girl nodded and watched as she brought Yun Nuoshing away. The young man looked at the backs of the two who were gradually moving away, and could not help but say, "But they do look a little alike." Because of his words, the shadows of the two appeared in the mind of the girl who was about to leave. They flickered and quickly overlapped with each other, causing her to stop in her tracks. Indeed, the flickering composition in his soul is very similar. Don't you think that their personalities are also a little similar? The young man smiled. Sometimes they are equally reckless, just like, so that's why he was chosen. The young girl sighed softly. However, time was truly a mysterious and complicated thing. Even now, she still couldn't figure out who had chosen who. Or perhaps it was actually the two of them who were getting closer to each other. Where is everyone? Somewhere else. The girl walked forward without looking back. Everyone is waiting in their own place, being derived from the chaos. It might need some time to stabilize a little. Or perhaps it might need some time to calm down. The young man held the back of his head and laughed. This world, shadows, after all, were just shadows. Some things that were engraved in the void could not be changed. They're matters. Whatever. The fog in the distance gradually dispersed. The two of them stopped and looked into the distance. The fog in the land of origin had completely dissipated. The fog outside the land of origin was rolling as if something was brewing. It was gradually breeding something that did not originally belong to this space. It would be great if there could be a slightly better ending this time. His eyelids were still a little heavy. He tried his best to open a slit to look out. Everything was very blurry. There was always a certain degree of faint light in the darkness. It was not enough to make the whole world look very dark. The faint light that flickered in his soul made Yun Nuoshing turn his attention in a daze. He lowered his head and took a look. A line of words was engraved in the light that he could not understand, but he could understand it directly. The fragments of the cloud continent were originally one. Waving his hand to make the line of words in front of him dissipate, Yun Nuoshing slowly breathed and sat up from the bed in a daze. The shadow of the sun was already hanging on the horizon, and the color of the sky was an absolute darkness shrouded by black clouds. He was in the cloud continent, and the conversation just now, everything in the origin continent seemed to be something that he experienced in a dream. There was no sense of reality, but that sentence engraved in the original divine language let him know that this was not his whimsical dream, but something that happened in reality, just like that demonic shadow, manifesting in the form of chaos. My thoughts? Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly. Only God knew what was going on. He was still a little confused and couldn't come back to his senses. Whatever happened in that world, their matters he didn't understand at all. But since it had happened, then so be it. Even their shadows seemed to have a lot of limitations. First of all, they were not real life. They were just a kind of afterimage that was born from the heart and supplemented by countless primordial laws. Although this shadow could leave traces and have a certain influence on him, this influence, Yun Nuoshing looked at his body. All the primordial crystals had disappeared. There was a mass of chaotic light surging in his soul. The transformation was still ongoing and had not solidified yet. She said that they were one. If he wanted to see its true form, he would have to collect all the primordial relics first. In addition, there was a delicate red and black mark on his forehead. It was a diamond-shaped mark that had melted in the flame. The tiny flame and the diamond-shaped mark were vivid and lifelike. From a distance, it looked like a single flame. Well, it was not the feeling of seeing a flame, but a destructive will. Her mark? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. It seemed that the piece of her divine crystal had been pressed into his soul. He glanced at it. Well, it had completely melted, leaving only a mass of red and black light that gave him a feeling of imperfections. Just one look was enough to make him give up completely. Since he had confirmed that the thing had completely merged with his soul, there was nothing to struggle about. It seemed that he could only be busy looking for the fragments of her divine carrier in the void. What a busy life! Speaking of which, he fainted in a daze. Before he woke up, he seemed to have heard some vague words. Well, he could not tell clearly. He did not know what they were talking about when he fainted. Something about looking for someone, something about that. He did not know where the space and them that were created by his mind were hidden. He could not find any trace of them in his soul. Well, it felt weird, as if there were 100 or 200 undead living in his head. He shuddered and smiled bitterly. What was going on? Things had developed to this point. It was not as simple as just being weird. This was simply, there was no way to understand. Whenever he tried to understand the truth of this place, his mind would feel dizzy. Forget it. I don't care. Let him be. Next, I need to confirm the source chaos. Well, the aura that carries the law of origin is evolving. Well, I have a feeling that it has temporarily come to an end. However, I can't tell what happened at all. The aura of origin on his body seems to have become a little thicker. According to this trend, if I let it slowly evolve, I might become an existence that is even closer to them. Speaking of which, should I have discussed something with her instead of acting cool and saying, "Hey, what's the matter? I can solve it." Forget it. I don't care about this anymore. There is really nothing to talk about. Speaking of which, why did he appear on the bed? Before he fainted, he remembered that he had fainted after hitting his head on the crystal statue. Logically speaking, he should still be lying on the ground. Forget it. I don't care. It's not something I need to care about. A shadow that remains in the world, a trace that remains in the world. Yun Nuoshing murmured softly. She let out a long sigh of relief. First, I need to collect all the fragments, the relic of origin. As for the rest, let's talk about it later. It was probably not a relationship where he could meet her often. However, she might occasionally appear in his dreams. If there was anything, he would talk about it the next time they met. This time, he would not act cool.